And welcome to the big conversation, coming to you live from Citizen TV, Inoro TV, Ramogi TV, Radio Citizen, and Hot 96, all simultaneously. I'm Jeff Koinange.
Naam, ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaba mpenzi mtazamaji popote pale unategea runinga uzipendazo. Jina langu ni Hassan Mugambi na hii leo tumesitisha shughuli za kawaida kwa mara nyingine tena ili kujadili swala la umuhimu katika taifa hili, ikiwa ni hali ya saratani nchini. Ikizingatiwa kwamba utafiti unaonyesha kwamba kila familia katika taifa hili limeathirika kwa njia moja au nyingine na saratani.
That's what Hassan says. These are real statistics. Somebody out there knows somebody who is probably related to somebody who has suffered, who has succumbed, and who is right now fighting this battle against cancer. That's what we're going to be talking about the next few hours. Stay tuned, because we're going to be coming to you from around the country and around the region.
Na bila shaka tutakuwa tuna wale ambao wako katika studio zetu ambazo zote hii leo zitakuwa zinatumika kwa shughuli zima ya kujadili chanzo, dalili, matibabu na gharama ya matibabu ya saratani.
Absolutely, folks, and the statistics are frightening. We know that in central and eastern regions, these are the highest numbers of cancer cases. And then when it comes to counties, Hassan,
Nairobi, Nakuru na Kiambu ndizo ambazo zimerekodi kesi nyingi zaidi za saratani humu nchini. Lakini tutakuwa tunakuchapia tu ramani nzima ya Kenya, tuone kaunti zote 47 ni ipi ambayo ina kesi zaidi na ni gani ambazo zina kesi za chini, na ni vipi ambavyo tunaweza tukajikinga na ugonjwa huu wa saratani.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's all about the warriors and the caretakers. And we have all those here with us today to talk us through this disease that has debilitated, that has devastated families across this country. There is hope at the end of the day, and we're going to give you that by the end of this program.
Bila shaka.
Right now, we're going to go straight to Nyeri County, Hassan.
Nyeri County ambapo yupo Martin Munene, ambaye atakuwa tu anatujadilisha ni vipi ambavyo hali ya saratani iko katika county hiyo ya Nyeri. Na Munene, ikizingatiwa kwamba eneo zima la mashariki ama Eastern Region imetambulika kama mojawapo ya maeneo katika taifa hili ambayo yana kesi nyingi zaidi za saratani. Je, ni kwa sababu watu wanatibiwa na wanaweza kuwa ni wenye kujua iwapo wanayo, ama ni kwa sababu saratani iko sana katika maeneo hayo?
Naam, asante sana Hassan, na kama unavyosema ni kuwa eneo hili la kati ni mojawapo ya maeneo katika nchi hii ya Kenya ambapo kuna wingi wa maradhi haya ya saratani. Na hii leo tuko mjini Nyeri ili tuweze kuzungumza na wawili watatu, tuweze kujua wanafahamu nini na yapi kuhusu saratani. Na nitazama tu kwa mjadala huu tuweze kuzungumza na wawili watatu hapa. Kuna kijana ambaye namuona hapa, karibu kwa the big conversation. Nataka uniambie unaitwa nani na unieleze wewe, je, unajua nini kuhusu ugonjwa huu wa saratani ya kansa?
Kwa majina naitwa Washira Kemuhu, na mimi ndio mwenyekiti wa wanafunzi wote wa vyuo vikuu. Hiyo ni Nyeri County Tertiary Student Association. Na ugonjwa wa saratani za kila disease hapa Nyeri, hapa kaunti ya Nyeri, hiyo ndio ugonjwa inaongoza kuwa wazazi wetu na pia wenzetu.
Labda wewe umeguzwa na saratani, na pia unaweza tueleza umewahi enda kupimwa ama kujulikana ama uko na ugonjwa huu?
Sio mtu wa familia tu, mimi grandfather wangu waliweza kuungua saratani na kisha akatuacha. Na pia tuko na marafiki pia wameungua ugonjwa wa saratani, na tumeweza kupoteza watu wengi, wazazi, wanafunzi na pia kila mtu.
Asante. Kama ulivyosema Hassan, na kama ulivyosikia ni kuwa kuna watu ambao wameguzwa, kama wanasema amempoteza mtu wa jamii yake kutokana na maradhi haya ya saratani. Tuweza kuzungumza. Niambie unaitwa nani na wewe uniambie unajua nini kuhusu maradhi haya ya saratani ama kansa?
Mimi naitwa Masi. Kansa ni ugonjwa mbaya, inaweza fanya mtu akufe. Najua hiyo.
Naam. Na labda unaona ni kama kuna watu wanajua, watu labda wa familia, vijana kama wewe, watu wako na ufahamu wa kutosha kuhusu maradhi ya saratani?
La. Inaanzanga kitu kidogo. alafu inakuwa kubwa hivyo.
Naam. Anasema kwamba hajui mengi kuhusu saratani. Tuendelee hapa, namuona mwingine anataka uniambie unaitwa nani wewe na unieleze unajua nini kuhusu saratani.
Naitwa Angela.
All right, that's Martin Munene there in Nyeri trying to get reactions from people on the ground about this disease. And a lot of them, they're aware, but they find it difficult to explain how it comes about.
Yes.
Sio.
Na pia inafungamana na swala zima la sisi kama Waafrika, ni maswala ambayo huwa hatujadili sana, maswala ambayo yanaambatana na maradhi na mambo ambayo huenda yakasababisha kufa kwa mtu.
Let's see if we can go back to Martin Munene in Nyeri County. Martin, if you're still there, please continue.
Now, asante Jeff, and I can get you clearly, you know, an interesting conversation we're having here with the locals, and most of the people say they do not really understand what cancer is about. They say that they've had, some of them have actually lost people, others say that the only thing they know is that it's a disease that causes people to lose lives, but they say that they do not have a lot of awareness. And I'll finally just speak to one last person here, a lady seated here, atueleze, nataka tu karibia tu hapa na kuomba utueleze tu kwa kifupi unaitwa nani na utueleze wewe unajua nini kuhusu saratani.
Okay, mimi naitwa Wangeshi. Kuna nati. Okay, mimi naitwa Magdalene Wangeshi. Mimi ni mkaaji wa hapa Nyeri. Na ugonjwa wa saratani ni ugonjwa hatari sana na ina consume kila kitu ya familia. So tunaomba tu serikali iangalie tu saratani na wenye wanaugua saratani at least wasaidiwe na serikali watibiwe bure.
All right. They say, or she says, that the greatest challenge for a lot of cancer or patients, especially in Nyeri County, is the issue of cost. And they say that they would love the government to step in and to help them cater or cater for the patients or family members who are actually receiving treatment. For example, in Nyeri County, you'll find that some of the cancer cases have to actually travel very long distances for them to get treatment. But when it comes to awareness, a lot of people say they know just the basics, and they feel that they do not know enough for them to be able to take care of themselves and take care of their family members or persons near them who are suffering from this disease. An interesting thing, a young person has said they lost their grandfather. Another one said that the only thing they know about cancer, shockingly, is the fact that it kills, the fact that it takes away life. Another one says the only thing they know about cancer is the fact that it's an expensive disease, and once a family member has it, it tends to take away everything from them, and by the time a patient recovers or they lose the patient, then it's sad then that they have nothing left. And that is how things are in Nyeri County. We bring it back to you in studio from Nyeri. I'm Martin Munene.
Naam, shukran sana Martin Munene kutoka kaunti hiyo ya Nyeri. Kama anavyosema Martin Munene kule ni kwamba uhamasisho ama ile sensitization ni kitu ambacho hakijafanyika haswa katika maeneo ya mashinani, ikizingatiwa kwamba wengi wanasema tu tunajua ni ugonjwa ambao labda ni hatari, lakini kwa sana ni kwamba hatujui zaidi ya kuwa ni ugonjwa hatari.
Absolutely. No. And the fact that it just drains the family's funds. That's what a lot of them say.
Yes.
You know, you're diagnosed, and by the time either you're cured or you pass, then family has nothing left. It is such a costly disease. And we'll be talking about that more in the coming hours. In the meantime, should we go over to Kisii County?
Yes, in the meantime, tuelekee katika county ya Kisii ambapo yupo Crispin Otieno. Kama unatupata, tueleze tu ni vipi ambavyo wananchi katika kaunti ya Kisii wanaelewa maswala ya saratani. Tumetoka katika kaunti ya Nyeri na swala la uhamasisho limejitokeza kwamba wengi hawaja kuwa ni wenye kuhamasishwa na kupokea habari zaidi kuambatana na saratani.
Na shukrani sana Mugambi na Jeff mkiwa studios na wapata kwa njia iliyo bora zaidi. Hapa nipo katikati mwa mji wa Kisii na nimezingirwa hapa na wananchi kutoka matabaka mbalimbali. Hapa nilipo nataka tu kuzungumza nao kuhusiana na ugonjwa wa saratani nchini ambao unazidi kuwaponza wengi tu. Nataka tu kuwasikia, kuwapa nafasi tu wananchi waseme nasi kuhusu ugonjwa huo wa saratani. Je, wanajua nini kuhusu ugonjwa huo? Na je, wakati huu ambapo serikali na mashirika yasiyo ya serikali pia amekuwa ikisema kwamba watu waende kukaguliwa kuhusiana na ugonjwa huu ama kufanyiwa screening. Hebu tujenge taswira kamili wewe kama mwananchi kutoka kaunti ya Kisii.
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Mo Douglas, naongea nikiwa eneo la Kisii. Ukweli ni kwamba huu ugonjwa wa saratani umesumbua watu wengi, hasa kenye kinasababisha watu wengi hawaendi hospitali mpaka imlemee ndio aende kupimwa, ikigunduliwa ni kansa ndio mtu huenda matibabu. Hasa kitu kingine, kansa huwa kali sana, na kulingana na uchumi wa saa hii watu wengi hawezi kumudu ili kujisimamia wenyewe. Ningependa kuuliza CS, unaponisikiza kutoka studio yetu, naomba CS, kama ingewezekana hii ugonjwa ukae free, watu wapate screening ya free, watu wanaweza kujitolea, lakini watu huogopa kwa sababu hawana fedha ya kwenda kwa matibabu. So waziri, ningependa kukuuliza kitu kingine, kwa sababu uchumi, kulingana na uchumi wa saa hii, vitu ni kali, maisha ni kali, watu wengi hufia ndani ya nyumba. Kama tumeweza kuona kwa mfano familia nyingi wako na watoto wengi, labda na huu ugonjwa upenda upagui ukiwa na pesa ama una pesa, ndio sababu watu wengi ufa na huu ugonjwa. So ninaomba kwa hisani hii screening ikae free. Hayo ndio ningependa kuulizia.
Asante sana. Na tunafahamishwa kwamba tutakuwa tukirejea studio kwamba kwanza, kisha tutarejea na maswali mengi kutoka kwa wananchi kuhusiana na ugonjwa huu wa saratani. Wengi wanasema kwamba wanakabiliwa na changamoto za kifedha wanapotafuta tiba ama tafuta tu jinsi ya kuokoa familia zao na wale ambao wameathirika kutokana na ugonjwa huo. Kwa hivyo tutaendelea kusemezana na wenyeji wa kaunti hii ya Kisii tuweze kusikia kile ambacho wanazungumzia kuhusu ugonjwa huo wa saratani unaoendelea kuponza wengi, sio tu katika kaunti hii ya Kisii bali kote nchini.
Naam, bila shaka shukran sana Crispin Otieno kutoka kaunti hiyo ya Kisii. Bila shaka tutakuwa tunarejea kwako, naona kuna wengi, lakini kwa sababu ya muda tutakuwa tunarejea kwako hapo baadaye.
Absolutely, and you heard the main point there, Hassan, in that piece, is that people are saying if there could be free screening, if only the government could facilitate free screening, people would show up. But now people can't afford it. They can't afford it, so they're afraid to go for screening. And that's where cancer kicks in. Before you know it, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3.
Now, tuelekee katika kaunti ya Nakuru ambapo yupo Evans Asiba. Kaunti mojawapo ambayo yametajwa ama zimetajwa kuwa na kesi nyingi zaidi za saratani katika taifa hili, ikiwa ni pamoja na Nakuru, Nairobi na vile vile kabisa Kiambu. Je, wanasemaje wananchi kutoka kaunti ya Nakuru?
Naam, hasa uliyosema ni hakika kwamba Nakuru ni moja ya zile kaunti ambazo zimeathirika pakubwa kutokana na gonjwa hili la kusema tu kwamba saratani. Lakini moja kwa moja acha nizungumze na wakazi wa Nakuru watuambie pengine ni vipi swala nzima iwapo mmoja amekuwa na mgonjwa yule wa saratani, pengine ikiwe gharama na shughuli nzima ya kuhakikisha kwamba pengine wanatafuta usaidizi au tiba. Ukianza kwako, pengine hebu tuambie wewe kama Mkenya, wewe mkazi wa Nakuru, pengine umekuwa na mgonjwa yule ambaye anaugua maradhi ya kansa?
Kwa majina ni Brian Mwendo, niko hapa maeneo ya Nakuru. Kutoa maoni yangu kuhusu ugonjwa wa saratani ni kwamba I lost my mom through cancer in the year 2018. Na kitu naweza sema ni kwamba tulikuwa tumezunguka kwa hospitali mengi tukifanya screening ama kupimwa bila kutambua ni ugonjwa gani ambao unatusumbua kabla ya kuweza kufahamu kwamba ilikuwa saratani, and we discovered that she was suffering from cancer wakati ilikuwa stage 3. So ilikuwa wakati ambapo iwezi tibiwa, na ilikuwa tumesumbuka sana sababu vitu mingi ama screening ama matibabu ile kulazwa ama kuambiwa mfanyiwe matibabu ya kansa ama ile kuzima maumivu yake ina take a lot of cash au haiko covered na NHIF. So ilikuwa a long journey, ilikuwa safari ndefu ambayo inatumia gharama mingi. Na wakati huo hakukuwa ama hata kufikia sasa hivi watu hawajakuwa sensitized kwamba ugonjwa wa kansa unaweza kufanywa screening wakati ambao unaofaa na wakapimwa wakaweza kujulikana ama ni kansa inawasumbua na wakaweza kutibiwa mapema, because if we could have discovered that our mother was suffering from cancer, tungeweza kusaidika kwa mapema.
Yeah. Sauti nyingine njoo tu hapa, pengine Boas, kwa dakika moja au sekunde za kuhesabu, tuambie wewe, iwapo maradhi ya kansa, iwapo umekuwa na mgonjwa au gharama nzima ile ya kugaramika, kama taifa ni wapi tulipo?
Asante sana, na kama kuna mjadala ambao utaweza kutusaidia kwa sasa ni huu ambao radio TV ya Citizen ambapo imeweza kuleta na ya kwamba tuna mambo ambayo inaenda kutusumbua. Kwa sasa hatuko mahali pazuri, ndugu yangu wa Simba. Kwa sababu mimi nimekuwa na mgonjwa katika hali ya nyumbani. Na ilijulikana baada ya kutembea Moi Rifaro, tukamleta Nakuru, tukampeleka Nyahururu. Baadaye tulienda private hospital kuonyesha ya kwamba hao ndio walituambia ni shida iko wapi na saratani iko katika stage gani. Kwa sasa bado tunasumbuka bado Asimba. Kwa mgonjwa mwingine sasa anahitajika pesa nyingi, milioni 3, milioni 4. Mwingine ameenda tu bado India na mpaka sasa bado tunachanga. Kwa hivyo katika hali ya facilities zetu na Kenya yetu, kama kuna mahali ambapo tumeshindwa na serikali kubali hapo tumeshindwa, ni kukabiliana na janga la kansa. Watu ndio hao wako na mambo mengi ambayo inawasumbua, gharama ndio wanaitishwa pesa mingi, hatuyuko mahali pazuri kabisa. Na serikali, tusiposaidiana na serikali ituambie inaweza gharimika kwa nini. Is it kwa test za biopsy, kwa maana pia ni gharama nyingi, ni 9,000, 12,000. Tafadhali wajue venye wanaweza fanya kwa mwananchi aliyenaumia. Asante.
Basi Hassan Mugambi mlia pamoja na Jeff mliosikia wote hawa wawili, kwa sababu ya muda hatutakuwa na mahojiano zaidi ya hayo, lakini wote wakisema hali ilivyo. Lakini kutoka kaunti ya Nakuru nitakuwa nikikurejesha kwako Hassan pamoja na Jeff. Mimi Evans Asiba.
All right, Evans Asiba there in Nakuru County. Thanks so much for that. And that's just a microcosm of examples across the country. There's so many out there, and we're going to try and get to the core of it, because a lot of people have suffered and are suffering.
No. And it comes out very clearly kwamba kuna kila mmoja katika taifa hili anajua mtu ambaye anajua mtu ama labda ni mtu ambaye ameathirika kwa njia moja au nyingine na ugonjwa huu wa saratani.
Absolutely. From Nakuru County, let's go all the way to Kisumu County, where we find our own Laura Tieno. Laura, take it away.
Indeed, Jeff, the situation here in Kisumu is similar to Nyeri, Kisii and Nakuru counties, where there's a lot of call for government to ramp up issues of sensitization on cancer. Like in Kisumu County, we have the Ramogi Tv Teaching and Referral Hospital, which has an oncology department that does screening.
They're coming to us live from Kisumu City in Kisumu County.
Na bila shaka kinachojitokeza sasa ni baadhi ya hatua ambazo kaunti mbalimbali labda zinapiga katika kukabiliana na janga hili la saratani, ambapo ametaja kwamba kuna Dorothy Nyong'o anaongoza kampeni ya kuhakikisha kwamba wale wasichana wachanga wanakuwa ni wenye kupata chanjo ya HPV na vile vile kabisa kukabiliana na saratani ya kizazi.
Absolutely. From Kisumu County, let's come right down to the nation's capital, and in our very CBD we find our very own Ben Kirui. Ben, what do you have?
Naam, bila shaka Jeff na Hassan, ni mjadala muhimu sana ambao wakati wake umewadia, wakati wa kuweza kulizungumzia swala hili, na bila kusema sana na wageni wangu hapa katikati mwa jiji.
All right, that's our very own Ben Kirui there in the streets of Nairobi, talking to folks who, I like what the lady described it as, incurable disease that has affected so many people. It's what we've been saying, Hassan. Somebody knows somebody who knows somebody who's been affected.
Bila shaka, na ikiwa ni Nairobi ni mojawapo ya kaunti ambazo zina kesi nyingi zaidi za ugonjwa wa saratani.
From the streets, let's come down to the studios.
Now,
we have our very own Rashid Abdallah, Trevor Mbija in the stakeholder studio, where we find our very own cancer warriors. Gentlemen, take it away.
Naam, shukran sana Jeff Koinange na Mugambi, kwa kweli katika maisha
under the microscope, and then we're able to make a diagnosis. Yeah, and this diagnosis is used in those who are living, and we even do that for forensic pathology. So that's basically what we do.
Naam, kwa kweli Daktari Gladys Mwangu, kabla hatujazungumzia matibabu, kama tunavyosema kuna hali ya kuchoma na kutafuta mbinu, lazima tuweze kujua sababu ya saratani ilivyokuja katika mwili wa binadamu, ndiposa mwanze kuangalia masuala ya matibabu na kadhalika. Tupe baadhi ya sababu, maana ukiangalia katika vitabu, ukiangalia katika tovuti, utakuta wengine wanasema jinsi tunavyoishi, vyakula tunavyokula, moshi mtu anaovuta. Wengine hata wanadai kwamba saratani inatokana na uchawi ama uganga. Wengine wanadai kwamba inatoka kwa mtu mmoja inapitishwa kwa mtu mwingine. Tueleze sababu za kutokea kwa ugonjwa wa saratani.
So if you don't mind, can I answer in English?
Endelea daktari.
Yeah, so cancer, in terms of what causes it, I think my colleague Dr. Nyongesa has mentioned that at the cellular level, down right at the cell, there's a genetic defect. But there are also other risk factors that can be there. And some of these risk factors depend on like lifestyle. If somebody is a bit larger than usual, you know, about obesity. Sometimes even eating a lot of red meat have been seen to be a risk factor. Having a sedentary lifestyle, all those can be risk factors. Smoking is well known when you talk about like lung cancer. There are some viruses that can increase the risk, like human papilloma virus can increase the risk of cervical cancer. And even certain viral diseases, like just having HIV, again, will give you increased chances of getting certain kind of cancers. Anything that reduces your immunity, again, also that will give you some increased risk of getting cancer, because there are certain cells within the body that help to protect us against the cancer cells, what we call the natural killer cells. And if your immunity is deranged, something has gone haywire with the immunity, then there can be that unusual growth of the cells in the body that will now manifest as cancer or as a mass or as a tumor, as a growth. Yes.
Let me come to you, Rosalind, because you deal a lot with cancer patients. And we heard Dr. Catherine talk about how cancer mimics other diseases. And many times, you know, we've seen it being misdiagnosed, and we'll talk about that a bit later on in the show. But I want to hear from you in terms of what do patients come to you complaining about before you find out, oh, this is in fact cancer?
Thank you, Victoria. Different cancers have different presentations. Some you can be able to tell outrightly, but most of the times, depending on the level of suspicion, the clinicians and the nurses are likely to miss out. So there has been training for the primary healthcare workers through the Ministry of Health and the Cancer Institute to try and empower people to increase the suspicion index. For example, if you go to a lower level facility, you'd find somebody coming with maybe a breast swelling, and depending with the knowledge of the person there, they may just say, keep observing. And so that, of course, you need to find out what is the age of the person. Have they been able to do some form of cancer screening? And as a clinical person right on the ground, you need to be able to do clinical breast examination and refer the person appropriately, whether for ultrasound or a mammogram, depending on their age. Then you find other cases, for example, cervical cancer. They might be coming with abnormal vaginal bleeding. You find it's a woman who is postmenopausal and suddenly they get to have bleeding. It's a cause of concern. And of course, even for other ladies, when they're having bleeding that is non-stop, as you had one of our team members, survivors, saying that she had a lot of discharge. So it could also be discharge, false smelling, and after looking out on other diseases, you need to be able to screen. So these are situations where then the nurses and the healthcare workers at the lower level need to do cervical cancer screening. They need to also alert the communities to be aware that you always need to do cervical cancer screening, and that is also planned. And then we have some cancers that we are not able to tell exactly, like prostate cancer, we are not able to do mass screening. But again, we need to inform the men that they need to be aware should they have change in urination, like suddenly you're going frequency in urination at night, and maybe some slowness in the pressure on how the urine should be released, then it's something worth taking note of, and they need to go and get screened, and they need to go and see their doctor for a PSA and then they can also do the digital rectal examination. So each cancer has a different presentation, and more so it even becomes more diverse when it comes to children, because then they may not have a specific presentation.
And we have to leave it there, Rosalind. We'll definitely come back. We have plenty of time to get into those details, but we're heading into a break.
Na, bila shaka tutakuwa na wataalamu wetu hapa, Daktari Noel Orata, Daktari Gladys Mwango na vile vile Daktari Catherine Nyongesa na hata Roslyn Okumu kutuarifu mengi. Ikiwa una swali, ikiwa unataka kuzungumzia swala ambalo wataalamu watatusaidia kuweza kuelewa, ikiwa kuna mmoja kwako wewe katika familia anaugua, iwe ni wewe binafsi, uliza swali lolote kupitia mitandao yetu ya kijamii, tutakuja kukuarifu mengi pamoja na wageni wetu. Lakini kwa sasa tunaarifiwa tuende mapumzikoni kidogo tu, halafu tunarejea ifikapo saa 1 kamili kuanza tena mazungumzo haya ama kuendeleza gurudumu hili la mazungumzo kuhusiana na saratani hapa nchini Kenya.
Na si ugali tu, hii ni Spencer Super Premium ugali, inaleta familia pamoja.
Doors should not hold out opportunities. Doors are the gateways to progress, ones that hold the key to equality. Let's take doors to places where there are none. Let's open big doors and small ones.
KCB ni yetu.
KCB is mine.
KCB ni yangu.
KCB ni yetu. For people, for better.
The DNA test won't be necessary anymore. The Guerreros are my children.
What if that man asks you to stay there with him?
Oh, goodness
Honey,
gracious.
listen to me carefully. Don't make any rash decisions while you're there, all right, dear?
Why should I pay them to shut up about the lie? He's already dead. No one remembers him.
Jesus! Jesus, forgive me! Forgive my sins, Jesus!
Stop clowning around, Valero.
Boss Jesus, KCB ni yetu.
KCB ni yangu. KCB is mine.
KCB ni yetu. For people, for better.
This your boy bad. Lit! Woo!
Ruby's Gas. Light up your life.
you're more likely to be attacked by mosquitoes breeding in your own backyard. Mosquitoes thrive in small water bodies around your compound. Get rid of any stagnant water around your home.
The Motindum liquid electronic device reaches every corner, giving your loved ones a peaceful sleep. Together, we can fight to end malaria.
Motindum, Kenya's #1 choice.
ORS Nourishing Sheen Spray. Go Sheen Sheen. Now available in 85 ml. Argan, black castor, coconut and jojoba oil. Healthy shine on the go.
Patron wa mbio za Great Chepsaita Cross Country Faruk Kibet akishirikiana na Athletics Kenya anawaalika wanariadha kote nchini kujiandikisha kushiriki katika mbio hizo zitakazoandaliwa katika shule ya msingi ya Chepkemeli iliyoko Tarbo katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu tarehe 2 mwezi wa Disemba. Pia wakaazi wanaombwa kujitokeza kwa wingi, kwani mbali na mbio, siku hiyo watapimwa na kutibiwa magonjwa mbalimbali bila malipo.
From here, possibilities are everywhere. From taking first steps here, to beginning your own wealth journey here. From backing global trade ambitions here, to delivering on that promise here. That's why we're here, in the world's most dynamic markets. A bank that connects potential to possibilities. So, where will you go from here?
Majina yangu ni Pastor Edward Moi wa kanisa la Jesus Winner Ministry. Ninakualika katika kurusedi yetu ya tarehe 3 Disemba ni Kasarani Stadium. Barabara zote tarehe 3 kutoka Nyeri, kutoka Murang'a, kutoka Kirinyaga, kutoka Laikipia, kutoka Meru na kila mahali, hata Nakuru ni Kasarani Stadium. Kuja siku hiyo na Mungu atakubariki na Mungu atakutenda mema. Karibuni nyote.
The Open University of Kenya invites you for the 2023-2024 academic year. November-December intake is currently ongoing for the following undergraduate programs: Bachelor of Data Science, Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics, Bachelor of Business and Entrepreneurship, Bachelor of Economics and Statistics, Postgraduate Diploma in Leadership and Accountability, Postgraduate Diploma in Learning Design and Technology. For more details on the qualifications, fees, and admission procedures, please call 020-200-211 or log on to our website.
I'm all about the oats. In fact, you should try Pillows. It's lighter and healthier.
Babu has been eating the same cereal for the last 40 years.
Feels so good to be young again.
Philos by L-Beans.
And what we see is no surprise. Got a feeling most would treasure, and a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Loves me better than you.
We all need that friend. we can share secrets with. A festive moment always makes it up, no matter how life turns out. DPL Festive, nourishing Kenyans countrywide.
Jipange na View sasa iko hapa sasa. Jishindie maelfu ya pesa kila siku kwa kutazama content kupitia View sasa kwa shilingi 50 pekee. Kuna mshindi wa shilingi 1,100 kila siku, 1,500 kila wiki na mshindi wa grand prize ya shilingi milioni 3 cash money. Kushiriki, piga *487*3#. Chagua Jipange na View sasa. Kisha chagua video package, ujipatie points na uongeze uwezekano wako wa kushinda mamilioni. Hakuna kudownload au kusubscribe. Unaenda tu nywe. Jipange ushinde mamilioni na View sasa. Mamilioni.
Sheria na masharti kutumika. Imeidhinishwa na BCLB number 2978.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Koinange, and welcome to The Big Conversation, coming to you live from across all broadcast platforms of the Royal Media Services. Tonight, our focus will be on cancer, a disease that has ravaged families across the country. Now, the World Health Organization estimates that there are more than 40,000 new cases and more than 28,000 cancer-related deaths every year.
Na masal khairi, lakini mada yenye uzito hasa mioyoni mwa waathiriwa wengi wa ugonjwa wa saratani hapa nchini Kenya. Ripoti ya taasisi ya saratani nchini inaonyesha kwamba kaunti ya Nairobi, Nakuru, Kiambu, Machakos na Nyeri zimerekodi idadi kubwa zaidi ya waathiriwa wa saratani, ikiwa ni ugonjwa maarufu kwa jina la Kiingereza kama kansa. Jina langu ni Hassan Mugambi.
Naitwa Rashid Abdalla, na kwa kweli ni kwamba kuna aina tofauti zaidi ya 100 ya magonjwa ambayo yanaitwa kansa au saratani. Na katika mataifa mengi, amini usiamini, watu wengi wanapambana na saratani ya afya ya uzazi, mfuko wa uzazi, shingo ya uzazi. Kuna saratani ya matiti, kuna saratani ya kongosho, kuna saratani ya tezi dume, miongoni mwa saratani nyinginezo. Lakini watu wanapambana kukabiliana na hali hii kwa kumbatia ile kauli ya heri kinga kuliko tiba, na ndio maana wanafanya matibabu na kupimwa mara kwa mara. Leo mtazamaji, hapa katika studio zetu tuko na mashujaa wa kupigiwa mfano, mashujaa ambao wameamua taa aitazama, ndoto zao hazitakwama licha ya changamoto ambazo haziwezi kuepukika.
Kweli kabisa Rashid, and my name is Trevor Mbija. Welcome to Citizen TV's special town hall. Here we will engage cancer warriors, hear their tales and their stories of how they've so bravely fought against a disease that is on the rise in the country. In this town hall, we'll also speak to those who've been affected and hear the tales of how they've stood up against a disease that is ravaging parts of families in different places. Now, this may be a difficult conversation, but we will try to seek answers on the state of cancer in the country.
Right here from an eminent panel of medical and health experts, from the causes to the types of cancer, diagnosis to treatment. The experts here will share insights into new cancer technologies and treatment options, and whether these treatments are fully available. I'm Victoria Rubadiri.
Na mimi naitwa Nimro Tabu, ikiwa ni usiku wa maswali mengi na matarajio mengi ya majibu kamili, sahihi na mwafaka, hasa kutoka kwa wataalamu hawa tuliowajumuisha studioni. Iwe ni saratani ya nyumba ya uzazi au saratani ya kibofu cha uume au hata saratani ya matiti, huu ni usiku wa juhudi ya kupata majibu kuhusiana na ugonjwa wa saratani.
Majibu pia yanatarajiwa kwa wingi kutoka kwenye studio hii, ambapo tumejumlisha wakuu wa serikali akiwemo waziri wa afya Bi Susan Nahumicha Wafula, gavana wa kaunti ya Tharaka Nithi Muthomi Njuki na mkurugenzi mkuu wa taasisi ya saratani nchini Dr. Elias Meli na wengineo. Langu jina ni Christino Jiambo kutoka Radio Citizen.
And I am Sam Gituku of Citizen TV, live from this government studio where Kenyans expect as close to accurate answers as they wish for with regard to the state of cancer. From the broad question of treatment to the specifics around the cost of managing cancer, it is all hands on the deck from the studio of government representatives.
From the caregiver studio, we bring in the other perspectives around the management or treatment of cancer. I'll be engaging 3 caregivers who will share their experiences as well as their wishes on how best affected Kenyan families can walk the tough stretch that also includes palliative care. My name is Jael Lieta.
Good evening, and live from the Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital, we are on location, and here we find the Integrated Molecular Imaging Center, and this center is the first of its kind because it hosts the unique PET scan, which diagnoses early cancers and sets the way forward in terms of treatment. History was also made here at the Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital after Kenya conducted its first cyber knife operation right here at the hospital. Now, with limited access to cancer diagnosis and treatment here in the country, I'll be talking to a panel of experts right here at the institution who will be walking us through diagnosis as well as treatment options and the challenges that lie therein as regards cancer treatment in the country. That will be coming to you live right here from the Kenyatta University Referral and Research Hospital right here in the country. Back to you in studio.
All right, thank you, Lillian. Thank you, team. That's what we're going to be bringing to you in the next few hours. In the meantime, let's go straight to the news. Hassan Mugambi.
Na bila shaka tutakuwa tunaangazia maeneo mbalimbali ya taifa hili na vile vile kabisa taarifa ambazo zimekuwa zikiangaziwa na wanahabari wetu katika maeneo mbalimbali ya taifa hili, mbali tu na yale ambayo tunajadili hii leo ikiwa ni ya saratani. Na tukianza na taarifa ni kwamba utata umeendelea kugubika mdahalo wa ushuru wa nyumba, huku sasa waziri wa ujenzi na nyumba Alice Wahome akiwatahadharisha waajiri dhidi ya kusitisha malipo hayo. Waziri Wahome anasema kuwa kukubaliwa kwa ombi la serikali la kuendelea kukusanya pesa hizo hadi tarehe 10 mwezi Januari mwaka ujao, waajiriwa wote ni sharti wasalimishe makato ya mshahara kama ilivyo ada. Haya najiri huku viongozi wa vyama vya wafanyikazi nchini wakitoa onyo kwa waajiri dhidi ya kusimamisha ushuru wa ujenzi wa nyumba za bei nafuu.
Nataka tumuone yeye akichukua mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kwamba serikali yake na tajiri wote wa umma wanatii maamuzi ya mahakama.
It has come out constitutionally yesterday that it is unconstitutional, it is illegal. And therefore we do not expect our employers, we do not expect the government to continue perpetrating illegality.
Solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
Na tukisalia katika taarifa zinazofungamana na hayo ya ushuru wa nyumba ni kwamba kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga sasa anawataka waajiri kutolipa ushuru wa nyumba wa asilimia 1.5 kufuatia uamuzi wa mahakama uliobatilisha ada hiyo. Odinga akisema kuwa uamuzi wa mahakama hapo jana uliafiki kuwa ushuru huu ni kinyume na katiba. Aidha ameonya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza dhidi ya kile anasema ni kuendeleza uvunjaji wa sheria.
And therefore, even though they say there's a stay, my view is that the matter still remains unconstitutional. And therefore, I would urge all the employers to immediately stop paying anything. Because you'll be acting unconstitutionally. But the court made a very fundamental pronouncement that this matter is unconstitutional. Period. It's unconstitutional. A stay does not make it constitutional.
Na tukisonga mbele na taarifa zetu ni kwamba zaidi ya watu 300 wameachwa bila makao katika kijiji cha Wahambla, kaunti ya Homa Bay, huku mvua ikiendelea kuathiri maeneo mengi ya taifa hili. Hii ni baada ya mto Rangwe kuvunja kingo zake. Mamia ya familia ambao nyumba zao haribiwa kupita kiasi kwa sasa wamepiga kambi katika shule ya msingi ya Rangwe. Mafuriko pia yameendelea kushuhudiwa katika maeneo mbalimbali ambapo kaunti ya Garissa na vile vile kabisa Tana River ambapo mamia ya familia zimesalia bila makao.
All right, that's the news done for now. Let's get back to our topic of conversation, cancer, the big killer in Kenya. We're going to go straight to Mombasa County, aren't we, Hassan?
Yes. Tuelekea katika kaunti ya Mombasa ambapo tunazungumza naye Winnie Bwire ambaye alijipata katika hali ya kuwa ni mwenye saratani, na tutakuwa tu anatueleza jinsi ambavyo safari yake imekuwa hadi wakati ambapo umefika kwa sasa. Bwire ni mcheza sinema ama actor kwa lugha ya Kimombo, ama actress kwa lugha ya Kimombo kama unavyosema.
Okay.
Na kama unatupata, labda Bwire utueleze tu safari yako ya saratani imekuwa vipi?
Hi everyone in studio. Safari yangu ya saratani imekuwa ndefu, niseme na ya kuchosha. Nilipata diagnosis yangu tukiwa katikati ya kushoot project flani ambayo nilikuwa nafanya, and at that moment it didn't seem like anything serious. Nikaanza matibabu nikiendelea na kazi vizuri. Baada ya hapo nikamaliza the first round of treatment ambayo nilikuwa nimewekewa kufanya, which was 8 rounds of chemotherapy ambao tulikuwa tuna expect itanisaidia kudeal na hii situation. After the 8 rounds of chemotherapy nikawekwa kwa kitu ambayo inaitwa target therapy. Basically ni dawa ambazo unameza kila siku kwa muda fulani ili ku maintain the level of cancer cells chini ziende zikifa. And then after that unafanya scans kuona levels za cells ziko wapi ama kama zime clear. Na unfortunately for me nilipofanya scan yangu ilipatikana kuwa ugonjwa ume move from the mother primary place to my brain and a bone in between the breasts and the other breast. So what happened is they put me back on target therapy but stronger, and hiyo ndo naendelea kufanya saa hii, kumeza saa hii before the doctors decide my next course of treatment.
Yeah, Winnie, it's Jeff. Let me ask you this. How are you feeling right now?
I am in a much, much better place because I received radiotherapy to the lesion that I had in my brain, which stabilized everything. Up until about 2 months ago, I would have considered myself unstable. But after the treatment, I'm a bit stable now, and I'm ongoing with the breast cancer treatment. And I'm actually looking to seek further medical attention outside the country.
Na labda nikikuuliza tu ni vipi ambavyo uliweza kugundua kwamba unayo? Manake kuna wengi wanasema kwamba walianza tu wakiumwa na kichwa ama mkono, labda una uvimbe fulani, akawa ni mwenye kuweka matibabu yasiyofaa ya yale ambayo ako nayo, labda unaumwa na tumbo, unatibu ulcer, na labda pengine ukiangaliwa vizuri unajipata uko na saratani. Yako wewe, tajriba yako ilikuwa vipi?
Nilikuwa nikipata mwezi, in short, when I got my period, every time I got my period, the underarm would throb. Mwezi wa kwanza ukaja ukaenda, the pain went with the period. The second month, I still got a very painful throb throughout the period that I was having my menses. And when my menses ended, the pain ended. The third month, the pain came, the menses came, the pain came, the menses ended, and the pain stayed. That's when I knew something was really, really terribly wrong. But throughout these 3 months, I was seeing a general practitioner. And upon the third month, my mom said, no, let's go and see a gynecologist. The gynecologist had a look at me and he suggested that we do some scans. We did some scans. They didn't find anything that was alarming. Actually, all they could see it as was fibroadenoma and some cysts that I had since I was around 13 years old. And they sent me for further tests, and they came back positive for cancerous cells.
Winnie, have they told you what stage you're in right now, and what are they saying is the prognosis?
Actually, by the time my diagnosis was coming through, by the time I was done with all the tests, I was at stage 4. So by the time we were beginning treatment and all that, you'd have considered me a gone case. But we fought hard, and here we are. And the doctors are very hopeful that we can still do this, and I am hopeful myself. So because of the way I feel, if I'm to say that, the medication I'm on has really helped my body feel a bit better, if I may say. I'm very functional. I go about my day-to-day duties like anyone else. Aside from battling the side effects that come with the treatment itself.
Na labda nitakuuliza tu, gharama ya matibabu kwa wewe kufikia sasa imekuwa vipi? Manake wengi wanasema kwamba matibabu haya ya saratani huwa ni ghali mno.
Yes. But ina depend ni saratani ya aina gani, na iko stage gani. So for my case, it has been quite an expensive journey. When I look back at my chemo sessions, nothing was anything less than 50,000 shillings per session, and I was getting 8 rounds of chemo at that point. After that, I went into the first round of target therapy, which I did for 4 consecutive months, and that itself was costing 100,000 per 21 days. And then now I'm on a stronger type of target therapy where they're combining tablets and injections. An injection is 87,000 shillings. One pill is around 3,000 shillings, and I'm supposed to be taking these medications for I take the pills for 21 days, and I get the injection once a month, and I'm supposed to do this for 3 months solid. This is aside from scans and tests and doctor's appointments and I mean, all that.
Yeah, Winnie, it's a very, very expensive disease, and we wish you all the very best of luck. We'll try and get to you a little later on. And we were saying earlier on, Hassan, I mean, if you don't have the money, you're going to die.
Yes.
Let's go straight to the stakeholder studio where we find our very own Rashid Abdullah, Trevor Mbija, talking to cancer warriors. They're also facing the same kind of challenges that Winnie Bwire is doing. Guys, what do you have?
Thanks, Jeff and Hassan, and let's talk about that in just a bit. And so more about diagnosis. And let's bring in now Joanne Wangari. Joanne Wangari is back there. Just pass the microphone to Joanne back there and just give us a bit of your story. And how did you find out, Joanne?
Okay, my name is Joanne Wangari. I'm a pancreatic cancer survivor. I was diagnosed in 2011. At first, I didn't know what was happening because I didn't feel pain. I was having symptoms such as weight loss, jaundice, and bloatness. And one of the symptoms that made me go to the hospital was the itching, especially here at the palm of my hands. I used to itch a lot to an extent that I used to scratch myself on a wall. So I decided to go to a chemist nearby. I bought some pills, but the itching didn't go away. It persisted, so I decided to go to a hospital. At first, even the hospital didn't diagnose me. They misdiagnosed me. At first, they told me it was hepatitis C. And therefore, I went to different hospitals, and one of them decided to do some tests because the itching was too bad. I even wished it was pain because I could not sleep at night. I even turned black because of the effect of itching. I even started to develop some sore, and it was too much. So when I went to a certain hospital, they told me to go for an ultrasound. That's when they discovered that I had a mass on my pancreas. Yeah, and immediately I was told that I had to go for further tests. I did a test called FNA and another CT scan, MRI, and they came to a conclusion that I had pancreatic mass. And I was told to go for surgery immediately. I was put on surgery. I was living at the Mombasa, at the coast, so they were not able to perform the surgery there, so I was transferred to Nairobi. That's when I did surgery. It was a 6-hour surgery at Nairobi Hospital. Yeah.
Naam, pole sana, na tuna imani kwamba bado wewe ni shujaa na unazidi kupambana. Nasema ni mtihani ule wa saratani ya kongosho ambayo anapitia dada yetu, lakini kila kitu kitakuwa sawa kwa imani, jitihada na ushirikiano kutoka kwa jamii. Tadije kwa Nancy. Maana Nancy historia yake ni tofauti, nataka umpitishie kipaza sauti kwa wakati ambapo mwanzo, pole kabisa kwamba uliweza kupoteza mtoto, na kwa sababu tueleze tu ni wakati gani ulijua kwamba mtoto wako alikuwa na saratani, na ilikuwa mwaka gani, na je sababu zilikuwa zipi?
Asante sana Rashid. My name is Nancy. This was in 2018 that my son had, at first he started limping, and he kept on complaining of pain, of like a piercing pain on the knee. So at first I took him to hospital. He was misdiagnosed. I was told maybe he might have hit himself somewhere, and we didn't know. So we went back home. Then the following day he went to school. He fell. He like missed a stair and fell. Then he was taken to hospital because I was at work. So that hospital, by the time I was reaching there, they already had a cast on his leg. So I told them, it's fine. We are waiting for the leg to heal, which it didn't heal. It took like 3 months. Taking him back, there was nothing. Then I remember then I had a friend who was orthopedic surgeon whom I called and consulted. But then when I was telling her about the symptoms, he referred me. He told me to go to a doctor in Nairobi Hospital, which by getting there, we were told that there's something eating up. That was first of all, that is what the doctor told me, that there's something eating up the bone. It's not broken. There's something in the bone that is eating up the bone, because there was a session that there was no bone. It was just flesh. So then we were told to do a biopsy. So from that biopsy, when they were admitting my son, that's when I heard the nurses saying that whatever is there, it's cancer. That is what they assumed. Until I got mad at the nurse, because I was like, why would you even say such a thing? How can my son get cancer? Because then I believed cancer was for the rich. And after the biopsy, I think 21 days, that's when I was told my son had cancer. Yes.
Bring Dr. Wanda Dalci there, who's an oncologist right there. Doctor, you've heard that so many cases of misdiagnosis. Why is that?
I think that's a question that is multifactorial. So one of the things that happens is the index of suspicion among health workers. And that is a gap that the government is trying to deal with, so that health workers are informed of the need to have a high index of suspicion. That is one. Two, the other thing that causes misdiagnosis is the fact that some of the hospitals don't have basic services that could help make a diagnosis. Some biopsy services, a pathology lab, and those gaps make it difficult to diagnose cancer. Because just seeing an image that looks like there is a tumor is not a diagnosis of cancer until when you're able to take a piece of that tumor, look at it under the microscope, and confirm that there is cancer. That is very key, and that lacks in some of the facilities. So I think what needs to happen is to have many facilities having that, and also having health workers having a high index of suspicion.
Na wewe pengine daktari wanataka kuzungumzia kisa kidogo tu cha Pius hapa ambaye anazungumza kuhusu kilichompata mke wake ambaye sasa hivi anapambana na saratani ikiwa katika stage ya tueleze labda pengine mwanzo mlitibu nini na baadaye mkajua nini.
Kwa majina naitwa Pius Obuka. Mimi ni caregiver Maximela Onyango ambapo ni bibi yangu. Alianza ugonjeka mwaka 2019 na uvimbe sehemu za siri. Tukienda kwa hospitali tulikuwa tunaambiwa kwamba ni uvimbe ambapo wachi iwe kubwa watakata, wanampatia tembe Busia. Inapoa, inakaa, inarudi, naenda hivi hivyo. Kufikia mwaka jana mwezi wa 11, hiyo uvimbe ikaanza kutoa damu mingi sana. Akaenda Busia kwa Daktari Lilian na Wire, wakachukua hiyo samples wakapeleka Eldoret kupima, ikakaa mpaka Januari wakaleta majibu. Wakatuita wakatuambia kwamba ni kansa na tumekuwa booked kwenda Eldoret. Kwenda Eldoret ikapatikana kwamba ni cervical cancer stage 4B. Daktari akaanza kutuuliza kama kansa iko kwa familia. Ikasemekana kwamba bibi yangu mama yake alikufa kansa, ango yake alikufa kansa. Tukaambiwa kwamba hata msichana yote ambapo tuko naye aende apimwe kansa. Ndio hiyo kitu ni inheritance. Ilikuwa kasi ngumu. Kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe sina kazi, mimi ni hoka, bibi amepatikana na kansa, family imekuwa divided, wengine wanasema ni uchawi, ambapo si kansa, nikabaki peke yangu, imekuwa kazi ngumu. Okay. Watoto wanafaa waende shule, kazi hakuna, matibabu ya kansa ni very expensive.
Labda pengine pia basi kukatiza. Baada ya ushauri wa daktari kwamba labda uangalie mtoto mlimpeleka mkampima, mna mpango wa kumpeleka mpime mjue hali ya mtoto ama bado hamja?
Tuliambia mtoto kwamba aende apimwe, lakini akaogopa, akasema anaweza apimwe onekana ako nayo, akaogopa kwenda, akakataa.
All right. And on that note, let's bring in now the expert studio where Nimrod Tabu and Victoria Ruberi are standing by to give us more answers on why there's so many cases of misdiagnosis, and by the time you're diagnosed properly, it is probably quite an advanced stage. Vicky, Nimrod?
Asante sana Trevor Mbija pamoja na Rashid Abdalla. Hapa studioni kama unajiunga nasi tuko na wataalam katika saratani ambayo tunaizungumzia hii leo. Tunaye Daktari Gladys Mwango ambaye ni mwenyekiti muungano ambao umewaleta pamoja wauguzi wa saratani kupitia njia za teknolojia. Nafikiri umeweza kufahamu lugha inayotumiwa kwa kimombo radiology wakati wa kutibu saratani. Dr. Mwango atatuarifu mengi. Tunaye Dr. Noel Orata mwenyekiti wa wauguzi kuhusiana na saratani ambao wanahusika katika masuala ya upasuaji, kuweza kutambua chembe za saratani ni aina gani, umefikia kiwango gani cha saratani na namna hiyo. Roslyn Okumu pia yuko pamoja nasi, anashughulikia masuala ya uuguzi katika saratani, na vile vile Dr. Catherine Nyongesa ambaye ni mtaalamu wa masuala ya saratani, vile vile mwanzilishi na afisa mkuu mtendaji hospitali inayofahamika hapa jijini Nairobi na nafikiri taifa zima na hata maeneo mengine, Texas Cancer Center. Asanteni sana. Daktari, nafikiri umeweza kusikia sauti za wengi, lakini pengine tuzungumzie ugonjwa huu ambao ni saratani. Wengi wanahofia sana kwa sababu ya jinsi maumbile ya mtu yanavyobadilika punde tu ugonjwa huu unaposambaa kwenye mwili. Kwa mfano, unakuta mtu anaanza kuwa na vidonda, anaanza kuwa na uvimbe. Je, hii ndio imepelekea watu kuogopa sana ugonjwa huu? Ikifika mtu kuambiwa na saratani, anahisi kwamba ndio mwisho wa maisha yake. Na pili, kitu gani ambacho kinasababisha uvimbe wa aina hii kutokea katika mwili wa mtu, kinyume na magonjwa mengine?
Saratani ikianza mwanzo haina dalili zozote, na ikizidi inakuwa na multiple symptoms. So inaweza kuwa sio tu dalili aina moja, zinaweza kuwa kadhaa, na kuna warning signs huwa zinakuja katika mwili ya binadamu ya kwamba unaweza kuwa na saratani. Mojawapo ni uvimbe, na hiyo uvimbe isipotibiwa kwa dharura inaweza pasuka ikaleta kidonda, na hiyo kidonda inaweza kuleta maumivu au hata kuvuja na damu. Pia unaweza kuwa unapoteza ratili za mwili tu bila hata ujenda exercise, lakini unaona kilo zako zinapunguka. Ukue mdhaifu, mwili hauna nguvu, ama pia inategemea na ni sehemu gani hiyo saratani ipo. Kwa mfano tukiangazia zile saratani mingi sana katika nchi yetu, tunaona ya kwamba kuna saratani ya matiti. Sasa mama anaweza hisi uvimbe ndani ya titi. Tukifika cervical cancer, wanakuwa na uchafu inatoka kwa sehemu ya uzazi, au wapate maumivu wakati wanafanya mapenzi na mpenzi wake. Tukiangazia wanaume, prostate cancer ama saratani ya kibofu, wanapata shida na mkojo. Mkojo inaweza fungana ama ikatike, ama washinde tu hata kwenda haja, ama wanaenda haja mara mingi. Na pia watoto wanapata saratani, na kwa watoto sana tunapata blood cancer. Na hiyo pia mtoto anakuwa tu mdhaifu, hataki kucheza, unaona analala, labda damu kwa mwili haiko, ama wanapata infections na sababu immunity yao ama kinga ya mwili imeteremka chini. Na ndio unaona watu wengi wanaenda hospitali kama labda kuchelewa, ama wanafikiri ni magonjwa zingine. Na pia saratani iko na stigma, watu wanaogopa. Na ukiambia watu enda screening, hakuna watu wengi wanaenda. Hata tunaenda mashinani kufanya screening, lakini unaona ni wamama wanajitokezea, wababa wanaogopa. Lakini kwa leo vile tumesikia hao wa survivors wamesema ya kwamba kuna hope. Hata kama saratani yako iko stage 1, ya 2, ya 4, bado kuna hope ya kwamba unaweza tibiwa na ukapata nafuu. Na ukitibiwa unaweza ishi na saratani kama magonjwa zingine kama blood pressure, diabetes, ila tu unaendelea na dawa yako ili uendeleze maisha.
Asante daktari.
Rosalind, let me come to you, because we've just heard Dr. Catherine talk about how some of these cancers present and the symptoms that are attached to them. But, you know, when we're talking about some of the more common cancers, especially among women, which is breast and cervical cancer, why are these the most common among women? And we'll also go to men as well, but let's start with the women.
Thank you, Victoria. So, the common cancers, as we know, we have multiple risk factors. So these multiple risk factors, depending with how much exposure is likely to be. For example, cervical cancer. We all know that the cause is likely to be a viral HPV virus. And so this one, people get exposed to without knowing. For example, a spouse can be a carrier of for the HPV virus, and he can spread it to many women, of course, depending on the kind of lifestyle he chooses to lead. So if the HPV is not detected early, which can be done through screening, then definitely it will cause changes in the cells of the cervix, and then it will progress over and over into cervical cancer. So the good news is that in each stage there's something that can be done. Like in early stage, you can be able to even do the HPV DNA test and be able to detect that you have this problem and handle it at that level. Or if the changes in the cells along the cervix are happening, and that is why you advocate for screening with the tests that are usually done, like the VIVILI, then they'll be able to notice and even be able to treat along through and even to the end of the treatment. Now, coming to breast cancer, quite a number of factors would then be a risk, and that means it's also likely to be diagnosed more commonly because of the presentations you had of swelling. But again, we have combined risk factors like the ones that you can modify and the ones that you cannot modify, of which the ones that you can modify are quite a number. Lifestyle, sedentary lifestyle that would lead somebody to accumulating lots of fat, And then even fats at some point they can convert into certain hormones, even depending on the woman, even if it's postmenopausal, and expose them to breast cancer. Then we have the age, and of course we have the non-modifiable, like genetics. You realize there are familial causes of cancer, and breast cancer is one of them. So that would then mean that you can easily find a family that has this history, which is the first line family members, and that can also be exposing them.
Asante sana Roslyn. Daktari Noel, kwako nije nikuulize swali kuhusiana na staging, na nitakupa ruhusa kuweza kujibu kwa lugha ambayo unahisi ni rahisi. Staging ya kansa inafanyika wakati gani? Vipimo vyake vinafanyika wakati gani? Je, ni wakati ambapo mtu amefika ndiye ameanza kugunduliwa na daktari, ama staging inachukua wakati gani na inachukua muda gani na inamaanisha nini? Tueleze stages inamaanisha nini katika masuala ya saratani, iwe ni saratani ya aina yoyote.
Okay, so allow me to speak in English. So we stage cancer based on the size of the tissue we get, the size of the tumor itself. We also know that cancer can spread into what we call the lymph nodes. I think lymph nodes are everywhere in the body, but the quickest way to demonstrate is the ones that swell when you have a tonsillitis. So there are many across the body, and sometimes we also look at the lymph nodes and if the tumor has gone into the lymph nodes. And then we also determine how far the tumor has moved from the primary site. So for example, if someone had, for example, a stomach cancer, which ideally should be in the abdomen, and we find those types of cancers in the brain, then we know it has moved far, and we use the term metastasis. But that is what we call TNM staging, and that is one of the ways we classify tumors. But the other staging we use is stage 1, 2, 3, and 4. So stage 1, and I think we've had the warriors talk about that. So stage 1 is when the cancer cells are within the primary place where they are found. So for example, when you have a breast cancer, if the cancerous cells are breast cells, which have changed to become cancerous, then we'll call that stage 1. It has not yet moved to the nearby tissues. Now the breast tissue sits on muscle, it sits on bone, and the spinal cord is there behind the breast tissue. So if it begins to spread to the nearby cells, then we categorize it stage 2 or 3, and we have multiple reasons for doing that. We even use imaging and all of that. But we then call it stage 4 when it has moved distant from the primary site. So for example, if we find breast cancer cells in the lungs, then we'll call it stage 4. This is it's a complex thing. We use the first way we diagnose is, number 1, you talk to the patient. You need to understand what is the history, what has happened, like the warriors mentioned, family. We then also examine the patient. We have to see, we visualize, is there bleeding, is there pus, is there some clear fluid coming out, and there are modifications to this. And then we'll always also do imaging to collaborate all of this. And then finally, we'll work with the surgeons. It's usually a multidisciplinary team approach, where we work with the surgeons who then is able to cut off a piece of this tissue. And then it comes to us, the pathologists, where we use a machine called the microscope, where we put it on a tissue and we look under, and we're literally able to tell.
Asante daktari, tutarudi kwako baadaye uweze kutuarifu wakati inapofika uamuzi unatolewa kwamba sehemu fulani ya mwili iondolewe kwa sababu ya saratani. Tutafikia wakati huo.
Certainly, Dr. Gladys, let me come to you, because we've heard different causes of cancer. We've heard some genetic, hormonal, lifestyle, and the question is, what is the real cause of cancer? And if you can link your answer to also the question on causes of the most common cancers in men, which is the esophagus and, of course, prostate.
The real cause of cancer is actually not known, right? Because people's bodies behave differently. And like if we take, let me talk about lung cancer. I think there was a gentleman who talked about that their father smoked for long, but they never got lung cancer. But there could be other reasons why he may not have gotten lung cancer despite of that long period of exposure. Some things can actually prevent somebody from getting lung cancer. One can be the diet. If somebody takes a high vitamin C, has been known to be sort of protective, and one does not get any lung cancer that way. So like for prostate, again, a lot of it tends to be familial. It tends to have a genetic cause. And the genetic cause will be at the DNA level. So what are the causes? What could cause these changes within the DNA level? Somebody could be born like that. Sometimes it could be exposures to maybe a lot of radiation. We do get radiation from around us, from the sun, sometimes from even the examinations we go. And one of the things we try to restrict is exposing our children to a lot of radiation, like especially like CT scans. That can give a lot of radiation to the child. So we try to reduce that amount of radiation to the child so that the time interval whereby they can have that cancer, which is usually 20 to 30 years, may now express itself in that child's lifetime. So those are some of the things that could actually cause it. But people behave differently. And another thing we have to admit is somebody having a very positive attitude, so that even when there's cancer and they are willing and they're planning to fight it, they're more likely actually to be a survivor than one who gives up very easily. So there are very many factors that can determine how the course of that cancer will go.
Asante sana Daktari Gladys. Kwa hivi sasa tunaelekea katika studio nyingine tuweze kusikia sauti kutoka kwa serikali. Tuungane naye Christine pamoja na Sam Gituku.
Right, thank you so much, Nimrod and Vicky. And here in the studio we have 4 gentlemen who are still expecting the arrival of the CS4 Health, who is in the building. That is Nahume Chawafula. But in studio I have Dr. Elias Meli from the National Cancer Institute of Kenya. We also have Dr. Primas Ocheng, who is the Program Director at the University of Nairobi Oncology Training. I have one Dr. Naftali Busakara, who is from KESHO. KESHO means Kenya Society of Hematology and Oncology, and of course Governor Muthomi Njoki, the Governor of Tharaka Nithi County, and also the Chairperson of the Health Committee at the Council of Governors. And let's begin with you, Dr. Meli, because we've had so much, especially talking about the diagnosis process. So the various experts are talking about the index of suspicion. Maybe you can help us understand, in the country, what is the status of diagnostic capacity, and what are these facilities that can be in a position to do this, and what is the sort of referral mechanism that we have?
Well, thank you, Sam and Christine, for having us tonight. We are glad that for the first time in our country, we are having such a national conversation on an issue which is really key, and it's causing a huge, burden in our community, socially, economically, spiritually, and giving it this immense attention will definitely go a long way to improve, diagnosis of cancer if we cannot prevent. You've asked me a direct question on cancer diagnosis in this country. But before I talk about that, allow me to just mention that the National Cancer Institute of Kenya has this responsibility to coordinate all cancer activities in the country. And it was established because of the huge burden of cancer. We know globally the burden of cancer is quite high, and regionally and nationally, and we can see this even in our communities. And every family is affected. We are all affected. And our country has put in very clear strategies now to address this challenge, looking at it through the entire continuum of care, from prevention to early detection, diagnosis, and treatment. If we look at diagnosis, the question you've asked me, Sam, over the last 10 years, after devolution, there is a lot that has improved in terms of diagnosis in generally for conditions across the country, without talking about cancer, because you present when it is not cancer. You present to the hospital when we are having symptoms that we are not specifically sure that this is cancer. But in the process of the doctors, talking to you, taking that history, examination, all that leads towards diagnosis of cancer before we consider now imaging, which would lead us to know there's a growth, because cancer, predominantly, cancer would begin from mutation, an error in DNA, which is pretty much our genetic makeup.
Right.
And then it grows, it multiplies uncontrollably, excessively, and it has capacity to spread from one point to another. So when it multiplies excessively, then this is when we now see a growth. And this is when symptoms would present, probably pain, probably obstruction of a lumen, and someone will present. That is when the doctor now will ask for imaging. And when you ask for a scan, you are likely to now pick there is a growth. So in terms of diagnosis, we have two modalities. You diagnose using what we call pathology, or you diagnose using what we call radiology and imaging. Pathology is where once we have scanned and we found out predominantly most solid tumors. We also have blood cancers that you will not see a growth, but most solid tumors, if you are going to scan and you find there's a growth in the abdomen, in the brain, on the breast, or in your cervix, then that is using X-rays, ultrasounds, CT scans, MRIs, and now PET scans. In our country, the capacity has increased immensely over the last 10 years. Mm-hmm. And almost every county, through the MES program, almost every county now has increased capacity in diagnosis. We almost have a CT scan in every county. Lately, through our strategies to improve cancer care in our country, we've been doing every county cancer action plan. And we have noticed most counties have CT scans capacity, because that's the basis of diagnosis on radiology and imaging. We have a challenge, though, in pathology. Okay. Where we have very few doctors in that area and we have very limited equipment and infrastructure. But certainly, there is a lot of improvement.
Okay, and we'll get to that question of the index of suspicion, because it may speak to capacity, especially of the human resource. But also to inform you that this broadcast is in partnership with the National Cancer Institute of Kenya. NCI is an agency under the Ministry of Health that coordinates all cancer activities, from prevention, early detection, diagnosis, and treatment of cancer across all continuum of care through quality service delivery, training, and research towards reduction of the burden of cancer in Kenya. Christine?
Waziri wa Afya Bi Susan Nakhumicha ndio wamejiunga nasi katika mazungumzo haya. Karibu sana waziri. Hapa mjadala unaendelea ni kuhusu masuala ya kansa, matibabu, gharama ya matibabu, aina mbalimbali za kansa. Tuna wataalamu katika studio zetu hapa, tuna wale ambao wameugua kansa, wale ambao wamepona. Kwa hiyo tungependa kufahamu pia kutoka kwako, manake utafiti unaonyesha kwamba kati ya 70% na 80% ya wale ambao wanagunduliwa wana saratani wanagunduliwa wakiwa wamechelewa sana, wakiwa wamefika stage 4, stage 3 na stage 4, ambazo wataalamu wanasema kwamba kidogo inakuwa ni changamoto. Kwa hiyo tungependa kufahamu kutoka kwako, kama ambaye anasimamia hii idara ya afya nchini, kwamba je, kama mipango Wizara ya Afya na serikali kwa jumla, ni mipango ipi ambayo mnaweka kuhakikisha kwamba utafiti ambao unafanywa, tuna mashine, wataalamu wa kutosha kuweza kutambua mapema ikiwa mtu ana kansa? Manake hii kungoja sana inaleta changamoto.
Asante sana Christine. Nashukuru idara hii ya Citizen kwa kunialika nije niongee na Wakenya, na pia kwa kuangazia mambo ya saratani. Na nashukuru kwa sababu naona umeleta mtaalamu wangu, my senior advisor, Dr. Meli, ambaye ndiye Chief Executive Officer wa National Cancer Institute. Na hii ndio mbinu moja yao ya kuweza kuwajulisha Wakenya na pia watu wengine kwa ujumla juu ya hali ya ugonjwa wa saratani. Na vile umesema, na niliingia daktari pia akiongea, ugonjwa wa saratani ili tukaweze kuangamiza kwenye nchi ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunaweza ugundua mapema, kufanya screening ya mapema ili ukaweza kugundulika. Wao umesema vilivyo ya kwamba wagonjwa wengi wanajulikana wakiwa wako kwenye stage 4. Hiyo inamaanisha matibabu inakuwa ni ya bei ya juu, na pia ugonjwa unapatikana ukiwa umeshaenea mahali pengi mwilini. Unajua saratani ni ugonjwa ambao una multiply haraka haraka. So kama serikali kuu na wizara, umeona tumezindua juzi mpangilio, na tumesema kwamba sasa sisi kama wizara tunataka sasa kuhakikisha ya kwamba tuna focus mambo ya primary health care. Ya kwamba tuwe sasa, muda mwingi ambao umepita tumekuwa tukishughulikia mambo ya matibabu ya kihali ya juu, na ili hali ugonjwa mwingi tunaweza kuzuia tuki concentrate na primary health care. So kama wizara sasa tumefocus, na ndio kwa maana tuko na wale tunaita community health promoters. Unajua tuko na 1,100 nchi mzima. Tumewapatia vifaa ya kuweza kuenda kwenye households, kwenye community, manyumbani. Kila community health promoter mmoja anashughulikia watu 100. Mbona tumefanya hivyo? Sisi tunataka kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunazuia ugonjwa kabla ufanyike, na pia tunaelimisha watu mambo ya hali ya afya. So katika hiyo hali au community health promoters wanafaa kuwa kukuelimisha, lakini pia wakisha kukuangalia, kuongea na wewe, uwe uko na muda wa kuongea nao kuhusu hali yako wewe kwa ujumla. Wakipata ya kwamba uko na ugonjwa, basi wanakurefer kwenye mahali ambapo unaweza pata usaidizi ama unaweza pata matibabu. So katika hii hali ya kungangana na hii ugonjwa wa saratani, nimesema the most important thing is screening. So wale community health promoters, najua maswali ni kwamba je, wataweza kufanya screening, but I want to encourage Kenyans ya kwamba community health promoter, huyu mhudumu wa afya wa nyanjani, akija kwenye nyumba yao, talk about your health in total. Ongea mambo yako ya kiafya kwa ujumla. Unajisikia vipi? Je, unaona uko sawa? Ni nini umeona ni kama inaweza kuwa kuna kasoro? Unajua Wakenya ni watu ambao ni wavumilivu sana. Mtu anaweza ona hata ako na uvimbe, lakini anaona sina maumivu mengi, haendi kwa matibabu. Anangojea mpaka ile siku yenye ugonjwa itakuwa imemziba kabisa, ako na maumivu makali, ndipo anaenda. Sasa hawa community health promoters wa Kenya wakaweze kuwa na mazungumzo nao. Akija kwenye nyumba yako, mueleze hali yako iko vipi. Wewe kama ni mume, mke wako wako vipi, watoto wako vipi? Je, kuna kitu unatazama katika mmoja wa your family members ambayo inaonekana kama si ya kawaida? Je, labda mtoto amekuwa akikohoa muda mrefu ambao sio wa kawaida, ama labda we ni mama ukiosha mtoto unaona kuna uvimbe ambao unaona si wa kawaida, labda kuna maumivu lakini kuna jambo ambalo si la kawaida. So tunataka kuhakikisha ya kwamba hawa tunawatumia kuanzia chini kabisa kwenye household, afya nyumbani, waweze kuangalia ni vipi basi tutaweza kuhakikisha ya kwamba Wakenya wengi tumezuia ugonjwa, tumewaelimisha juu ya ugonjwa, na wale ambao tunapata wako na shida yote wamekuwa referred mahali pale wanaweza pata matibabu.
And Waziri will get to more interventions, but let's hear from the counties because, Governor, you lead a county and devolution has been on for more than 10 years now. Health is basically quite devolved apart from the policy direction that may come from the ministry. But what would you say is the true picture on the ground? You can start with your county specifically, but also the bigger picture across the counties when it comes to the diagnostic capacity. Yes, we hear of screening, that you want that the health workers are as suspicious as possible, but what is the capacity that you'd speak of?
Thank you very much, and allow me actually not to start with the counties, allow me to start with myself. Because I would be like to speak to the Kenyans that when we talk about cancer, it's a national conversation that affects anybody in this country. It is not for the poor, it's not for the rich, it's not for those who are ignorant. I say I start with myself because I always give this story. My father was a nurse, and even as he was treating other people, he developed a pimple on the neck. And I remember him saying, when I was a small boy, that I do not want to go to hospital in Nairobi because I don't want to be found with cancer. You know, that kind of attitude. And eventually, that pimple developed to something else. And to cut the long story short, my father eventually got cancer that affected his ears and I think TNC. We spent a lot of money here on, and at that time we did not have an investment in chemotherapy. Mostly we used radiotherapy. And eventually we lost him. And I remember saying to myself, never again. Because had we taken our dad to hospital in good time, probably early detection would have saved him. I said never again. Early detection would have saved him. I said never again. 28 years later, my mother was diagnosed with a stomach problem that we took to several specialists in stomach. And eventually she was diagnosed with stage 4 of pancreatic cancer, which the doctor tells me is usually very hidden. It is the one that actually kills Steve Jobs of Apple, and with all the money that he had. It means that the attitude, even out there, because I've had one patient there saying that there's usually stigma among our patients. When somebody is told you have cancer in Kenya today, first thing that comes to their mind, there's a possibility that I'll go. Why is this the case? As I talk about the counties, if you look at the global picture of cancer, the whole world, 70% that is killing people is happening in middle-income countries and low-income countries. Do we have bodies that are different from the first world countries? Of course not. There must be something that they're doing that is different from what we're doing that is making them not see cancer as a threat, because almost 95% of their patients recover. And that is what we need to address. And it basically boils down to the issue of the cost of almost every stage of cancer, be it diagnosis, be it screening, all the way to the treatment in this country. Right. We must address the issue of the cost, access to this treatment, and even their diagnosis. In the counties at the moment, we have only 10 cancer centers in the whole of Kenya, in actually 10 counties at the moment. Those we were in the process, of increasing to with another 4. I'm not very sure that it's been done. But that tells you that not every county can be able to do diagnosis, screening, to the level that they go to treatment without having to move to a neighboring county.
So the cancer centers are for basically treatment?
They are basically for treatment.
But what is the capacity for diagnostics?
The capacity for diagnosis, from the level 3, it is possible to do simple diagnosis like pap smear. They are also able to do VIA. We are able to do mammogram in level 4. We are able to do also, we are able to use CT scan probably for those who have radiologists. However, there are counties that do not have the personnel to be able to...
Can you be specific? Tell me the story of your county.
Yes.
Are you able to screen and tell people this is what you're suffering from? Or it has to be somewhere else?
Well, I have to be factual. Up to some extent, we do clearing and forwarding. In terms of, we do not have the capacity because our county does not have MRI. If we need something that needs to have a scan with MRI, we have to send to Nairobi. CT scan is possible. But again, it is not every radiographer and radiologist who is able to detect cancer. Okay. We need an oncologist radiologist.
So Nairobi is your nearest?
Nairobi is our nearest. Okay. And just to make it very clear, in the counties, when you look at the number of oncologists in the whole country, in the issue of HRH, the number of nurses who have done a radiography, you might find that in a county, you might find only 1 or maybe 2. You may find there's no such doctor in such a county, and therefore, and it's not because counties don't want to employ. You advertise and you don't get anything.
Okay.
Last time I checked with
We'll get to more details about that.
Yes.
Christine?
Dr. Naftali Busahala, wewe unatoka katika shirika la Kesho ambalo linafanya utafiti juu ya saratani na magonjwa ya damu. Katika hiyo sekta ama nyanja hiyo ya utafiti, je, ni mipango ipi ambayo mnafanya kuhakikisha kwamba saratani inaweza kugunduliwa mapema? Manake kilicho wazi hapa ni kwamba kugundua saratani imekuwa ni changamoto.
Asante sana Christine na Sam. Tumefurahi kuwa hapa na asanti kwa wote ambao wamehusika kuhakikisha kwamba huu mpango unaendelea. Katika Kenya Society of Hematology and Oncology, yani Kesho, dhamira yetu ni 2. Dhamira ya kwanza ni elimu, education for members, kuhakikisha kwamba tuko na qualified manpower, not just at the level ya specialization, lakini pia subspecialization. Dhamira ya pili kwetu ni research. Na kwa hii dhamira tuko na ile inaitwa research committee ambayo inahakikisha ya kwamba tunafanya ile mentorship. Hiyo ndio kitu ya kwanza na hiyo ndio kitu muhimu sana. Kuhakikisha ya kwamba wale ambao wote wanataka kufanya utafiti katika hii nyanja ya kansa wanasaidiwa kuandika zile proposals zao, na wanasaidiwa pia kuonyeshwa pale funding inapatikana, na pia wanasaidiwa kufanya ile tunaita publication, kuhakikisha kwamba zile articles wameweza kuziweka pahali ambapo watu wanaweza kusoma. Kitu ya pili ambacho tunaangazia sana ni awareness. Utafiti kuhusu awareness. Tunataka ya kwamba watu wakuwe their own champions about cancer, so that waelewe mili yao, wajue ya kwamba shida ikitokea hapa ndio tutafanya. So tuna utafiti kuangalia specialists, na kuna utafiti pia kuangalia the general population. Yeah, so hivyo ndio tunafanya katika kesho.
All right, Dr. Primas, talk to me about, because you're in the training area, and obviously the health workers are from different cadres and different levels will be working at different facilities. Like he says, there are challenges when they want to hire, they cannot find a lot of talent to get their employees from. But what are the challenges, and what would you say is the training output, especially for the diagnostics level?
So thanks so much, Sam and Christine, and this is a very great opportunity for us to tell Kenyans what the government is currently involved to actually improve cancer care. So when you get sick, you need a diagnosis, and you need a diagnosis, you need a doctor. We have had many doctors in this country, and remember, before, our diseases were malaria, TB, and HIV, and government had put so much money, and many doctors were trained, and we had enough doctors. Then suddenly cancer came. And remember, before, we thought cancer was a disease of the Europe. So in the last 10 years, the government has now tried to shift its paradigm in disease management and move from malaria, TB, HIV now to the new disease, cancer, and of course also the other non-communicable disease. So this caught many African countries, and not Kenya alone, that suddenly we didn't have doctors to be able to treat cancer, to treat patients, to diagnose them. We didn't even have centers. For a long time, it was just Kenyatta alone. And so the University of Nairobi, where I come from, there has been a lot of work to actually help in diagnosing cancer. So cancer diagnosis is very complex. It's not like any other disease. When you have, say, malaria, the doctor takes blood from you, check it under a microscope, look at it, and get it. In cancer, the diagnosis starts with the doctor who knows about cancer. As everybody has said, cancer comes like any other disease. Like Waziri's, it was a pimple. So you must have a doctor who knows the pimple there can actually be a cancer. So you must train that doctor, and the doctor must know that it is something suspicious that he needs to do more about. Then the next important thing is that you must prove that you have a cancer cell. And that means the little lump or the little growth or whatever you get must be checked under a microscope and confirmed. So these are called the pathologists. And the pathologists do so many checks that the pathologists who actually just check the cells and say this cell is abnormal. But you need a pathologist who can tell you that this cell is not only abnormal, but it is cancerous. Now, it is always very difficult to tell what is normal from abnormal, because cancer cells sometimes are very close to the normal cells, or they may be just starting. And so you need it to be very, very different. So you need to stay, and that is one of the areas where we actually are struggling, because we don't have enough pathologists.
Right.
And that's why, as Waziri was saying, specimens are coming from all over the country, still have to be checked in Nairobi, because we have probably about 90 pathologists in the country to do the diagnosis. Well, we also need many other pathologists, because we need only currently the government is training pathologists, but some have to help do the postmortem, some have to help do the laboratory work, some have to help in actually diagnosing other diseases, and then you have to train them. We currently are training pathologists in this country in about 3-4 universities. But for a long time, many doctors have been attracted also to other areas of specialization.
Right.
You know, all of us, we want to go into an area where we earn more. So people would like to become neurosurgeons, because we all believe neurosurgeons are very tough people. They can do a better work than a pathologist. So more doctors have been attracted to certain specialties and not like pathology. So that also explains why.
Okay.
Again, oncology, where now once the diagnosis is made, we need oncology to treat and also help. We also lack oncology, because doctors actually at first were not so attracted to oncology, because the oncologists probably were people taking care of cancer. And one time we thought cancer was a disease that if you get it, you die. And no doctor wants to spend his time taking care of those who are going to be lost. They wanted to take care of those who are going to, like hypertension that we keep seeing. Yes.
And later on we'll speak to Waziri to tell us about the policy interventions, at least to improve the numbers of people that can be in a position to do that. But Dr. Meli, talk to us about, because of all these challenges of diagnostics and the capacity that we are talking about, what is the bigger picture, and what do you think would be a solution to ensure that even as we encourage, because Waziri says that there is the community health promoters, what is the bigger picture so that people don't have to travel from Tharaka Nithi to Nairobi for certain processes of this diagnosis?
Well, thank you, Sam. I think if there is anything we should celebrate in this country is devolution. Because healthcare being a devolved function, then devolving in our constitution healthcare, if we really have to address this issue to make sure that we reduce, the burden of patients being referred to urban centers, predominantly Nairobi and Eldoret, where there is more capacity in cancer care, as the other upcoming, urban Nakuru, Mombasa as well. So the best thing that we can do in this country is to make sure we build capacity in our counties. And if you look at resources that goes into building capacity in our counties, it's still quite limited. I'd mentioned earlier on that as of today, we have assisted our counties, 20 of them, to develop each county-specific cancer action plan. And one of the thematic areas that we're looking at is cancer diagnosis. It is quite unfortunate that there are some counties that would not, have any investment in that area. And coming in with our technical assistance as a role of the National Cancer Institute of Kenya, we are showing them that, yes, you can, and we can work together with the assistance of the national government and working with the county government. We can actually commit resources and we can have a plan. We have a national sector cancer strategy, and it has highlighted how we would want from the national, and I know later on we may have to go through that policy document because it's quite important. But if we're going to improve capacity in our counties and find ways of making sure we invest in infrastructure in our counties to make sure we have the requisite buildings, we have the requisite equipment. We are also looking at human resource, very important, human resource in health. It is probably one of the most costly, intervention that every county needs. And not only training, we also need to find strategies on how we are going to retain them. Because, again, most doctors who are being trained by rural counties, a lot of them ultimately, move to urbanized counties, Nairobi, Kiambu and Kajiado around Nairobi, or Uasin Gishu County, Nandi and Elgeyo Marakwet, where they are within, an urbanized area. So we need to find ways of motivating them to remain in the rural counties. And we are discussing with them. And I'm happy because having this discussion at this national level, I am very sure after this, they are going to be clear strategies on how to support them. And we are not only looking at HRH as well, we are looking at commodities that they need for diagnosis.
Okay.
When we've been discussing with counties, they have a lot of challenges on reagents. These are quite expensive. If you look at screening for cervical cancer, for instance, you are doing HPV, test DNA or RNA. If we were to speak on the terminologies that we need to use in diagnosis, most counties cannot afford these reagents. And they're important in early detection of HPV, that is one. So we really have to invest in human resource, infrastructure, equipment, and commodities.
Who can make those detections? Who can detect that? Which facilities?
Currently.
You said many counties can't.
Many counties can't, especially histopathology is quite a challenge. If you look at the counties that have capacity, I can mention a few. Of course, Nairobi County, Uasin Gishu County, Mombasa County. We have Kakamega County. We have Kisumu County. We have Kisii County.
Okay.
and
Nakuru.
and Nakuru County.
Okay.
We also have a lot of support
from
from
kiwango cha level 6.
Exactly. Most diagnosis of cancer is made at level 6 hospital, or level 5 at least, because we have level 6 hospitals. We only have KUTTRH, Moi Teaching, Kenyatta. Those ones are fine. Those ones even have training programs. And the level 5 that we have mainly, it's Mombasa, Nakuru, Ramogi Odinga, and Kisii and Kakamega.
Asante sana. Sasa hivi tunakwenda katika hospitali ya Chuo Kikuu cha Kenyatta. Hii ni hospitali ya rufaa na mafunzo. Mwenzetu Lilian Muli yuko pale na pia na maelezo zaidi.
At the Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital, and here where I am at is the Integrated Molecular Imaging Center, which is critical in the diagnosis and treatment of cancer. And I'm joined here by Daniel Oguna. He is a nuclear medicine technologist who will be walking us through what exactly happens before a patient is diagnosed with cancer. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, welcome.
And this is the Control and Interpretation Center. Daniel,
Sure.
What exactly happens here?
Now, cancer patients are prepared for an examination. There are some preparations which we do before an imaging is done on the patient. And right here, the patients who come here are the ones who have been prepared and are ready for imaging. And it is done right inside.
Okay.
So we'll go in and see really what happens on the imaging process. So the whole setup here is what we call the imaging console. We enter the details of the patient from this side, but then the patient gets in through the other door, and we position from inside.
So very important, what equipment in terms of technology and indeed equipment is needed in terms of cancer diagnosis, and what machine is this?
This one is called a PET-CT, or if you like it, a positron emission tomography scanner. It's a 2-in-1 scanner. It has right in here a CT that is available in most of the equipment that we have. Then what makes it unique is that part there that has the PET systems. Right in here, when we have a cancer patient, we put them on this table. I know we will move the table up just to show you.
So the patient is put here and it is wheeled up?
Yes, and we move the table up. When the patient lies in here, the system is automated. We will just leave the patient here, and the rest of the things will be controlled on the other side. But we put in the patient on the table. We give them all the necessary instructions that they need to know and what they should expect during the examination.
But what exactly are you examining here? Because it looks like there's a head space there. So what exactly and what type of cancer would you be looking to diagnose here?
Now, PET-CT is unique because it's able to do both anatomical or structural imaging and functional or physiology. You're able to see really how your body organs are and how they work. Something that is only unique to the PET scanner. With the rest of the imaging that we have, you're not able to see mostly the physiology. What you're able to see with the imaging like MRI, on the standalone CT, ultrasound, X-ray, is just the structure.
Now, the process of diagnosing cancer and the key steps involved, take us through that.
When a cancer patient comes to our hospital, a patient who is booked and is ready for the imaging, what we do to the patient is administration of a small dose of a radiopharmaceutical. It's a small radioactive injection that a patient is given. Once that is done, we give the patient about 1 hour for the medication that was injected to go all around the body before we bring in the patient here for the scan. Now, how this works is that, cancer cells are hypermetabolic. That means they are feeding more than your normal cells. And so when we give the radioactive injection that contains glucose, these cancer cells are going to uptake more glucose than the rest of your normal cells.
And how important, Daniel, is early diagnosis and prognosis in terms of better treatment outcomes if indeed it is found that the patient has cancer?
Now, the advantage we have with the PET-CT is that it is able to pick very small cancers in very early stages. And when cancers are picked early, there are better chances that the patient will survive. The outcomes will be better when cancers are picked better. And this is the best modality for early detection of the cancers. So with this scan here, we're able to pick the cancers as early as they appear.
and also now advancements in terms of diagnostic technologies and what we currently have in the country.
Now, right now, within the sub-Saharan Africa, this is the only center that has a PET CT scanner. It's only available within this region, and we basically do all the patients within as sub-Saharan Africa, including West Africa. All those patients come over to our hospital for this examination.
Now, after a diagnosis is made in terms of biopsies, and of course the specimen interpretation, what are the technical terms? And in terms of biopsies, how long does that take? Is that currently done locally here in the country?
Yes, right now here we do not take biopsies from this point. Now, what we do here is the imaging. We guide the doctors, like the ones taking the biopsies, on the exact point where they're going to take the biopsies. But even with the samples that are taken from the patient, right now there are many labs, including this hospital, has one of the most advanced laboratories. So the patient really does not need to go to like what used to happen earlier on, where patients would wait for 2 or 3 weeks for their biopsy results to come out. Once the imaging is done here and the biopsy is recommended, that biopsy will be done here. The lab work will be done here, and the results will be out in few days, if not hours.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Daniel Oguna. We are here at the Integrated Molecular Imaging Center at the Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital. We've walked through diagnosis, and early diagnosis is said to be key in terms of getting better treatment outcomes. We're back with more in just a bit. Many thanks. Back to you, studio.
Thank you very much, Lilian Muli, right there, just showing us some of the equipment and diagnostic machines that are available in the country. And just that was there at the Kenyatta University Teaching, Research and Referral Hospital. But here in the studio, I have with me caregivers who have joined us to talk about management, which is one of the key critical areas of cancer care. And the caregivers that I have, we have Jacqueline Nyongesa of Kimbilio Hospice. She's a clinical officer. We have Elsie Gaitugi, a palliative care nurse at the Nairobi Hospital. And then we also have Dr. Zipporah Ali, who is also the retired but founding member of Kenya Hospices and Palliative Care Association. I welcome you all into the studio. And this, just as we go into this discussion, and we've talked about diagnosis, is this the part where the patients come to you, and this is where your work starts? I'll start with you, Dr. Zipporah.
Well, ideally, this should be the part where the patient is also referred to the palliative care team, or the palliative care team is made part of the team that's taking care of the patient. Unfortunately, this does not really happen. Most times, patients are sent to the palliative care team when their disease is quite advanced. And others, ideally, a patient should be able to receive palliative care from the time they have a diagnosis of cancer. And let me just clarify, palliative care is not just for cancer, it also cuts across other serious illnesses or life-threatening illnesses. So if a patient has had a diagnosis of a cancer, there are so many things that this patient will be needing. For example, they might need symptom management, and you heard the doctors talk about the fact that it might be that is bringing the patient to the doctor, and that cancer pain is usually very, very, it's really severe and needs specific or special medications. And that's where the palliative care team comes in to be able to provide pain management, but not just pain management, but also many other symptoms that come with cancer. But apart from that, palliative care is really holistic. It focuses on the person. It's person-centered. It focuses on the family. So we look at the patient's physical needs. We also look at the psychological needs, the social needs, the emotional needs, the spiritual needs, and even, as my two colleagues will tell you later on, at the financial needs, because most of the palliative care providers in this country give a very subsidized, very low-cost treatment or services to their patients. So palliative care should actually ideally start from the time of diagnosis, and patients should not be afraid to come to a palliative care center, because we manage their symptoms. We have them also, once we manage their symptoms and counsel them and counsel the family, they're able to actually focus on their treatment. So it goes it goes hand in hand with the treatment. So we actually are able to provide them with that comfort that they need, and even after the treatment is over, it continues, because it provides, it helps them understand the side effects of the long-term side effects of their disease, or it provides supportive treatment for the patient. So it's really a continuous kind of treatment from the time of diagnosis throughout the illness. And if a patient is very sick, and people do get very sick, and sometimes they might be dying, then we also, of course, provide end-of-life care and bereavement services to the patient's family and loved ones. So it's really a very comprehensive service, and should be part of a comprehensive cancer care center,
which is an element that we'll look at into much later. But now with you, Elsie, as a palliative care nurse, and you talked about patients being referred. Are there families who just bring in their patients to you?
Thank you for that question, Jael. Yes, we do have patients who are referred even from their family members. Our hope is that every consulting oncology would refer a patient as early, immediately after the diagnosis. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen, but due to the symptoms that are related to the disease, sometimes they are very distressing. Like, for example, patient is screaming in pain the whole night. Of course, due to that pain, the family won't sleep. The relatives will be forced to look for a place where they can get help. And that way we come in. The relatives, maybe the patient, even you have patient referring the other patients. Like they'll just tell the patient, I hand a place where my pain was controlled. So they end up knowing there is a hospice where they can get the symptom control.
And maybe Jacqueline, as people running Kimbilio Hospice, when somebody comes to you, when a patient comes to you, this is a newly diagnosed person with cancer, how does the care look like? Where do you start from? And do you also involve the family in this?
Yes, asante sana Jael. Majina yangu ni Jacqueline Nyongesa, kwa clinical officer with a specialty in palliative and hospice. Kwanza Kimbilio Hospice iko katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu na kaunti ndogo ya Tarbo ambayo tunafanya kazi ya palliative. Mgonjwa anapokuja kwetu mahali pale tunamshughulikia kikamilifu. Kuna idara tofauti ambao wanaweza kushughulikia mgonjwa. Tunafanya kazi pamoja na social workers ambao pia ni watu muhimu sana. Kuna pia chaplains ambao pia anashughulikia maslahi ya kiroho ya wagonjwa wetu. Kuna pia counselors. Maana wagonjwa wanakuja mahali pale wakiwa wamesumbuliwa na mawazo. Kwa hivyo tunaiincorporate hawa watu wote pia. Tuko pia na clinicians ambao ni nurses na clinical officers ambao wanashughulikia pia maslahi ya physical pain ya wagonjwa wetu. Wanapokuja mahali pale mgonjwa hawi peke yake. Anashughulikiwa kikamilifu katika sehemu mbalimbali na idara zote. Na Kimbilio Hospice inapofanya mahali pale tunaongozwa na mission. Mission yetu ambayo ni creating a community of compassion that honors life and offers hope. Tunapatia wagonjwa matumaini wakiwa mahali pale. Wagonjwa wanakuja wakiwa wamepoteza matumaini, wakija kwetu tunawapatia matumaini. Tuko pia na timu ambayo ni nguvu sana, nafanya nao kazi pamoja, ni caregivers. Hao ndio wanashughulikia wagonjwa, kuwaosha, kuwalisha, kuwatoa nje waweze kuota jua, ambayo ni jambo ambayo wagonjwa wanajivunia sana. Na vile Kimbilio inavyosema jina is a place of refuge. Watu wanakimbilia mahali pale kupata msaada. Wanapokuja mahali pale sisi hatuwaiti wagonjwa, tunawaita wageni. We call them guests. Kwa sababu ni wageni wamekuja mahali petu kupata msaada. Kwa hivyo Kimbilio wanapokuja mahali pale tunaanzia matibabu ya familia. This palliative care inahusu pamoja na familia. Hatujaweka wa familia nje kwa sababu ni sehemu na kila hatua tunayofanya katika matibabu ya wagonjwa tunahusisha familia. Maana ni kiungo muhimu sana kwa ajili ya kutibu wagonjwa. Tena kwa mara nyingine pia kuna timu ambayo inaitwa outreach ambayo pia tunatuma kila mahali kwenda kuangalia wagonjwa ambao wanahitaji msaada. Jengo hili liliweka mahali pale kwa sababu kulikuwa na pengo mahali. Kulikuwa na pengo ambayo watu wakitoka hospitali pengine ako katika hatua aina ya kansa, anashindwa aende wapi. Hapo ndio Kimbilio iliweza kuingilia, kuweza kuendeleza, kupatia watu tumaini na kuongezea hata udhamana katika maisha yao.
Asante Jacqueline. Nirudi kwako Dr. Zipora. Just talking about helping family in caregiving, because a lot of the times I think a huge percentage are caregivers at home and not specialists done in the hospices or hospitals like you. So how do family members, how are they helped to transition into caregiving?
Just like she said, that family is very important in palliative care. In fact, we talk about the unit of care being the family and the patient, and the team that takes care of the patient includes the family. Mostly when the patients come to, like, for example, Kimbilio Hospice or Nairobi Hospice or other hospices or the palliative care units in the public hospitals, the team there will actually talk with the patient's family and teach them about what they need to do for the patient. For example, how the patient is going to take their medication, and if the patient has a wound, sometimes it's not possible for the team to go out there and dress the wound on a daily basis. So they teach the family members how to dress a wound. They teach them about nutrition, what the patient should be able to eat. Sometimes you find that when a patient is very sick, family members just pick up put a big piece of ugali and big chunk of meat on the then of course the patient doesn't have that kind of appetite, maybe when they've just had their chemotherapy. So they also teach the family members on nutrition, what the patient should eat, and what, how they should actually even display the food and feed the patient. So there's a lot that goes on. Counseling, as you know, family members also become very affected when their patient is sick. This is a patient, somebody that you love, you've been told they've got cancer. Sometimes you're told they're at an advanced stage. Sometimes you're told they're at end of life care. So you go as a family member and a caretaker, you go through a lot of emotional issues, spiritual issues, but also financial, because sometimes you leave your job to take care of your loved one. So you also have no finances in the home. So family caregivers really need a lot of support. I mean, we should actually invest as healthcare professionals, not just as healthcare professionals, but even our own government should invest in supporting family caregivers, because they are actually offloading most of the work from the healthcare workers and from the government. So they are very important.
Thank you, Dr. Zipporah Ali. And here we are speaking with the caregivers, just looking at the issues of caregiving, both at the hospices, professional level, and also at the family level, where the family members also take up the role as caregivers at home for the cancer warriors. Right now, I'll just hand it back to Trevor studio, where we have most of our cancer warriors.
Naam, shukran sana Jael, kwa umeweza kupata nafasi tukayasikia mengi bila shaka, lakini kile ambacho kipo Trevor ni kwamba wataalamu wamesema wameweza kuyazungumza, upande wa serikali wameweza kuyazungumza, lakini nafikiri hapa ndio pa maana zaidi, manake kama kuna mazuri mtawafanya watie bidii, na kama kuna mapungufu lazima wafanyie kazi. Kwa niposa ningependa fursa niwape mzungumze ili nao wasikia wakafanyie kazi. Sara, nakumbuka mapema ulikuwa umetuambia kwamba alikuwa unapambana wakati huo ukiamini kwamba una kifua kikuu, baadaye ukagundua kwamba una saratani ya matiti. Tueleze ilikuwaje, na je ulichukua muda gani mpaka kujua ukweli kwamba sio kifua kikuu, ni saratani ya matiti? Ndio ukimsaidia na kipaza sauti. Naam.
Mimi nilidhania yangu hii kukua kifua kikuu. Mary ndio yake ilikuwa kifua kikuu. Mimi niligundua kwamba niko na uvimbe. Nilikuwa nimewekwa no plant. Venye niliwekwa ile ya kizazi, nilipowekwa hiyo no plant, nikienda kutolewa moja ikakosekana. Mimi na akili zangu nikasema ndio hiyo imesafiri ikakuja wapi? Hapa kwa matiti, juu palikuwa pagumu. Ndipo nikaenda nikapimwa. Wakaniambia wanaona kuna mass, niende nijue ni uvimbe aina gani. Ndipo nilienda Afya House. Daktari mwenye nilipata hapo Afya House hakunielezea, yani hakuni approach vizuri. Alini approach, hii tu ni kansa. Hii ni kansa. Utakufa. Nilisikia roho yangu imeisha. Sikutaka hata kuambia mtu yoyote. Msamaria mwema ndiye alinishika mkono, akanishukisha chini juu nilikuwa nataka kujirusha kutoka Afya House juu kabisa. Nilijaribu within 2 hours kucommit suicide mara 3. But Mungu ni mwema. Nilipata msamaria mwema akanipeleka mpaka nyumbani. Ndiye aliweza juu mimi nilikuwa namaliza nikasema mimi nakufa. Nilikuwa nalia tu nikisema nakufa.
Kilichokuuma zaidi, kama nimekuelewa Sara, ni wewe kujua kwamba una saratani, ama kilichokuuma ni yeye kukuambia kwamba una saratani na utakufa?
Kuniambia hivyo hata bila kunipeleka counseling. Sikupelekwa any counseling. It was on 2015. Sasa nasikia madaktari wanafanya vizuri, wanawapatia counseling, but before yetu ulikuwa unaambia point blank uko na kansa, na kansa haina tiba, utakufa.
Naam, kipindi kigumu, pole sana kwa hilo, na tunashukuru kwamba upo na unapambana na washauri wengine kwamba haina haja wajitoe uhai, watulie, wapambane na matibabu yaliyopo na watakuwa sawa. Wakati Lilian kwa anaongea Millicent kuhusiana na zile mashine za kisasa, nilikuwa nakuona kwamba watikisa kichwa, na kama ukubaliani, sikukuelewa, nataka uniambie nini iko katika kichwa chako.
Lile jambo ambalo liko kwa kichwa changu ni kwamba kabla ufike hiyo mashine, changamoto kubwa sana. Kwa sababu unajua wamesema utaenda ufanyiwe hiyo mashine. Lakini unajua sisi wa Kenya ama sisi wa Afrika, huwezi enda tu hospitalini kama hauko mgonjwa useme unataka kuangaliwa mwili. Lazima upitie process, na hiyo process ndio kama ndugu yangu hapa, mke wake anateseka kwa sababu ya kwenda miaka 3 akiambiwa ngoja uvimbe ufure ndio tuweze kuukata. Unajua mimi kama Millicent nina run organization ambayo inaitwa Symbol of Hope Warriors, na iko na wagonjwa wengi sana, na nina offer free accommodation. Hata wakati huu niko na mgonjwa kwa nyumba. Kwa hivyo hizi zingine ni kama hadithi za Abunuwasi. Machine tuko nazo, lakini kuzifikia. Jambo lingine, kwa hii conversation tumekosa mtu wa kutoka kwa NHIF, kwa sababu nakwambia ni story. Wakati huu kama uko na saratani, insurance ambayo inaweza kukukubali vizuri ni ile insurance ambayo itakuzika ukishaaga ama itasimamia mazishi zako, kwa sababu insurance imekuwa challenge. Diagnosis itself, it's like a satanic figure to us. Saizi wacha nikwambie jambo, niko na mgonjwa ambaye ako ndani chini ya ulinzi wangu. Nimempeleka katika hospitali moja huko Machakos County, hakuna maji, na ukipeleka donate damu paindi moja, ndio paindi moja ya damu unahitaji donors 2 ndio huyo ifikie huyo mgonjwa, na huyo mgonjwa bado hapati damu. Kwa hivyo hizo machine tuko nazo zinafanya kazi. Tuko na radiotherapy machines Kenyatta zinafanya kazi. Tukienda zile zote zenye tuko nazo zinafanya kazi, hilo ndio swali. Na kabla ufikie hiyo PET scan, kama sisi survivors tunataka inclusivity, yani tunataka to be included. Sasa zile wanapeana habari juu ya mgonjwa wa saratani, waziri ameongea kuhusu CHV ama wanaitwa CHP, au wako na information kidogo sana kuhusu saratani, kwa sababu walifundishwa kuhusu HIV. Wacha tuambiane ukweli, wakafundishwa jinsi ya kupeana dawa, hawakufundishwa jinsi ya kutembea na mgonjwa mwenye anapigana na saratani. Mimi niko hapa kama Millicent. Kwa hivyo hizo machine nitasaidia aje mtu mwenye ako mashinani niweze kumfikisha ili afike kwa hiyo machine. Jambo moja la mwisho lenye ningependa kuongelelea, hiyo inclusive, yani kuwa pamoja, to be on the table, tatusaidia sana. Siku moja nikaenda Kenyatta Hospital, nimepeleka mgonjwa, nikapata ile consultation fee ambayo ilikuanga 650 imewekwa ni 1100. Niko na wagonjwa 5 nimewaleta kutoka mashinani wenye nina offer free accommodation, na nimepata bei imepanda. Unajua nikiwa katika meza itakuwa rahisi sana kuambia wagonjwa wengine kuko hivi na kuko hivi na kuko hivi. Kwa hivyo machine ziko, lakini hazitufikii, na kama zinatufikia ni changamoto.
So, let me bring in Nana on this. And Nana Kilemi, there's the impact of diagnosis we're talking about. How has that changed your life, basically? Because we are talking about the process of diagnosis, but once you've been told that this is it, this is what you're suffering from, and it is at this stage, how does that impact your life?
Thank you so much, Trevor. My name is Nana Kilemi. I'm a mother of 2. I'm a breast cancer champion, and I'm also a founder and I'm board chair of an organization, the Cancer Health Initiative. I was diagnosed last year, August 1st, and my doctor said that I'm cancer free 3rd of August this year. So it exactly took 1 year, and I was treated here in Kenya for my treatment, and I'm in total remission. What happened after diagnosis? Of course, there's a lot of fear. I was clearly scared. And the fact that I also lost my breast at 42 years, that was a clear torture. And today, it is still a clear torture. It is so clear on my mind. That is why I have this. This is a breast. This is a crocheted breast, Kenyans. And I give all women who have been affected by breast cancer this for free, because I know what it felt for me to lose a breast, to get out of that theater. And the stigma was so real, and even today it is so real, that people tell us why we are few here is because many of us are stuck in the houses. We don't talk about it. We don't want to talk about cancer or deal about cancer, because if I tell Trevor will tell me on my face that Nana, cancer is never cured. Cancer is never permanently cured. So there's a lot of stigma. And please, I want to tell our people, cancer si uchawi, cancer si laana, cancer si ile maneno umefanya. Cancer is a disease like any other. Please get people out of homes, because I'm telling you, guys, people are stuck in the houses, locked in their houses by relatives, because they are scared that cancer is not curable. Pelekeni watu hospitali. Number 2, there is something which happens to all of us. They will agree with me. Now you have to become a doctor of your own. You have to know what you're going to eat. Now this is now touches in advocacy. You have to Google about your diet. How many of us can afford nutritionist? You have to think about your diet. Okay. You have to think about your medication. Yes. Number 3, there is survivorship. After healing, Nana has been healed. Then what happens? You go for interview, Trevor. And you know now, like me, my story is everywhere on my social media handles. Everyone knows I'm a breast cancer survivor. And employers are looking at you. Is cancer curable? What if we employ, you can just read your mind. Yeah. People are thinking, what if we employ her, she dies tomorrow?
Okay. We'll come to treatment in just a bit, Nana. But for now, let's cross over to the government studio where Sam and Christine are standing by to get the answers, because you've heard from here, they're saying that these machines may exist, but getting to them is the biggest problem. Sam?
Naam, bila shaka tunaendelea na mazungumzo kuhusu matibabu ya ugonjwa wa saratani. Gavana Mudhomi Njuki, wewe ni mwenyekiti wa ile kamati ya magavana ambayo inahusika na masuala ya afya, na kulingana na maelezo ambayo wanaeleza hapo wale ambao wamewahi kuugua kansa, changamoto kupata matibabu ni changamoto ambayo ni kubwa sana. Je, inawezekana kwamba katika ngazi ya kaunti, kwa mfano kama wewe ukiwa katika kaunti yako ya Tharaka Nithi, unaweza kushikana na yule mwenzako wa kaunti ya Meru ili mubuni ama muwe na kituo kimoja ambacho kitasaidia wagonjwa wa kansa, kwa sababu gharama ya kuweka hivi vituo imebainika wazi kwamba ni gharama kubwa sana, na kulikuwako na mipango ya kila kaunti kuwa na kituo, lakini changamoto ya fedha pia inabainika wazi kwamba ipo. Je, inawezekana kwamba kwa mfano Meru na Tharaka Nithi mshikane muwe na kituo kimoja cha kuwasaidia wagonjwa wa kansa?
Kubali ni jibu na kizungu kidogo, Kiswahili ni changamoto.
Hakuna tatizo.
Yes, I've listened to the survivors and really I feel for them, especially about the issue of the stigma, and which should not be the case. And I've always listened to those who go very long distances seeking for treatment. And I want to put it open that putting up a cancer treatment center, comprehensive, where you walk in and you are diagnosed and you're given treatment and you go back. And cancer treatment is not one-off. Sometimes it takes even a year, it takes 6 months. It is a very costly affair. You cannot put up one unless you have something in the tune of 600 million. Let's look at the county of Tharaka Nithi, for example, because I don't want to use other counties as examples. My health budget, without looking at the workforce, is around 300 million for everything. Drugs, equipment, commodities, and everything else that revolves around treatment. If my whole budget is 300 million, it would mean that for me to build a cancer without any aid from the national government, from any donors, then I need to close my hospitals for 2 years and eliminate any other service and save 300 million for me to be able to build a cancer center. However, there's something I'm able to do. If it was possible to have regional centers that are supported by national government, and we have an arrangement where we can have a contribution from the source for those counties around there, it is possible to put up a cancer center, which then we can be able to second the oncologists there or the doctors or personnel that are required, which brings me to the issue of the availability of the same. It is important to mention now that the professor of the University of Nairobi is here. We have a serious shortage of oncologists on all cadres in Kenya, from the specialists of doctors, from the nurses, to the radiologists, who are oncologists. We have a big shortage. I was talking to the doctor, to the professor today, and he's telling me we have 66 in the country, and we are looking about 30 of them. That will be about 100. Look at the population of Kenya of 54 million. If we are looking at 100 oncologists, it means that we have a patient to doctor ratio of 1 to 540,000. I don't know where that kind of a ratio is ever found anywhere in the world. And it means that we have to pull up our socks as a country, train more, attract more.
Right.
If there's any program that should have gotten that agency that made us bring the Cuban doctors, it is this one. So that before we get there, then we can actually be able to either fast track in the training or get the kind of arrangement we had with Cuba, so that we can stop talking about machines that are used for diagnosis, which are very expensive also. But the machines cannot work on their own. They need those who operate them and diagnose. And that is, as a county, that is where we have the biggest problem.
Okay.
And allow me to say, as I finish, that Meli put it very clearly that counties are different levels in terms of putting up cancer centers. The 20 that have been put up have not been put up by counties. That was a program that was put together by the national government just at the event of devolution, and the counties have had their contribution in terms of space, and those are the ones that should be able to serve as regional centers as we increase the others, so that we do not make it look like every county is supposed to have one, so that the electors don't feel like there's some counties that have, others don't have.
Right. And Waziri, talk to us about the overall strategy, especially in ensuring that the treatment, of course the care for cancer, is as widespread as possible to reach the patients closest to their homes. What is that strategy so that even if it's not possible to have 47 centers, counties can have one that is within reach instead of coming to Nairobi and other urban centers?
Thank you, Sam. But let me first of all begin from what I've heard from the people in the other stage in terms of stigma. Many years ago, about 20 years ago, we were in the same space for HIV/AIDS. And we had many programs running nationally about ukimwi unaua, jikinge na ukimwi, and we created a lot of awareness around HIV/AIDS. Yesterday, I met a lady called Edna, who was patient number 2 in the country, and they started on ARVs. And they are able to talk about it, about what they're doing and how they have been able to lead a meaningful life from 20 years ago from their diagnostic up to now. They're on ARVs and they are leading a very meaningful life. What am I trying to say? One is that breaking stigma begins with the patient. Accepting that I have cancer and talking about it. That is stage number 1 of breaking stigma. Number 2 is what we are doing today. Many people do not know that National Cancer Institute is a saga in the Ministry of Health. We are creating awareness about cancer. So then we talk about it and so that many people get to know what is this. Now, I've heard somebody say, how would a CHP be able to check for cancer? In fact, some cancers you can check for yourself, like women, breast cancer. We are taught in many places how to be able to palpate your breast and get to know whether you have a lump or not. And for cancer, you only need to be suspicious. Then you get to the next level of care. Now, to your question of how is it then that we can ensure that Kenyans can access services. One, we must acknowledge as a country that the cost of treatment of cancer or just care for cancer, the inputs themselves and everything that goes into treatment for cancer is not pocket change. It's quite expensive. And we were looking at the numbers. Dr. Meli here has said that we need about 600 million to set up one center. So it is not possible that we can put centers all over. But as a national strategy, we have regional cancer centers. And so far we have 10 of them. We have so far managed to do, we have a plan for 10. We have so far managed to do 3 of them. 2 extra ones are about to be done, like we have for Meru, that we should be able to work on it because the equipment is on the high seas. Once it arrives, we should be able to install it. Then Nakuru, we are going to beef it up. They have one bunker and one machine. We are going to put another machine there. So we have a plan to be able to put regional cancer centers. We have Kakamega that we are supposed to be operationalizing. We have Kisumu that we are supposed to be operationalizing. But that is subject to resources. Okay. We go to the big question, Sam. I do not want to finish before I say this. How do we raise resources to be able to take care of not just cancer, but of the health sector? That is the big question that then we need to be discussing as a country. How do we...
Was it? I promised to give you an opportunity because we'll get to the cost of treatment. But before we do so, let's take you back to where Lillian Muli is at the KU Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital. Lillian.
Good evening. We are live at the Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. Now, cancer patients have been known to seek treatment abroad due to the limited facilities that are available here in the country for cancer treatment. And tonight we'll walk you down the path of cancer diagnosis and treatment with our team of experts here at the Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, who will walk us through the path of diagnosis and treatment facilities that are available here in the country. Joining me on set, and I'll start on this end here, is Ahmed Dagane. He is the CEO of the Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital. Many thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I'm also joined by Isaac Kamau, Director in charge of IMIC, which is the Integrated Molecular Imaging Center here at the hospital, and he is also the Director, Hospital Operations. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Lillian, for having us.
We're also joined by Dr. Helena Musau, Clinical Oncologist and Head Department of Oncology at the Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital. Many thanks for joining us, Dr.
Thank you.
And also with us is Clifflom Seum, nuclear medicine physician here at the hospital. Many thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
I'll start with you, Mr. Dagane. In terms of the PET CT scan that we've seen at the IMIS Center there, a lot of Kenyans very curious about whether it's possible to walk in and request for a scan just for your general wellness and to know whether indeed there may be any cancer cells in your body. A lot of attention over the first of its kind PET CT scan.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. And thank you, Linda Muli. And Lillian Muli, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And also thank you, Citizen TV, for this big conversation surrounding cancer care tonight. It's really an opportunity for many Kenyans to know about cancer management. So I really applaud Citizen TV for putting this excellent show together. Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital is positioning itself to be a highly specialized facility, referral hospital, one of its kind, with highly specialized state-of-the-art equipment. And our flagship project is cancer, and so this conversation tonight is really relevant for us. A lot of things have been said regarding the facilities we have, but in short, because we are a highly specialized facility, we do not accept walk-ins for the PET CT because we are treating patients who require the services when they need. We have treated more than 10,000 patients so far, including patients from other 20 countries. We've treated 175 patients from more than 20 countries. So we have also seen an influx of cancer patients. We do treat between 800 and we do see between 800 and 1,000 patients a day.
Right.
And most of them are cancer patients.
And take us through cancer treatment options available here. What can patients that are referred here find?
We do have the Integrated Molecular Imaging Center, which is one of its kind in East and Central Africa, where we have the PET CT, we have a SPECT CT. We also have the largest cyclotron machine as well, which produces the consumables or the isotopes for the PET CTs. We do have a brachytherapy. We also have radiotherapy services through the LINAC machine. And of course, we've recently acquired the CyberKnife, which is the latest oncology specialized machine that's able to treat cancer.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Isaac, I'll come to you now in terms of advancements in technology that have been made here in terms of cancer treatment options.
Thank you, Lillian. And let me begin by acknowledging the chair of the board, Professor Olive Mugenda, who is absent today, for the enormous effort she has put in place to ensure that the institution or the hospital has an end-to-end solution for cancer treatment, diagnosis, prevention, and the whole spectrum of cancer treatment. So in terms of technology, the hospital has invested heavily through the Ministry of Health and the government. We have the PET-CT, like the CEO has said. Recently, the president was here a few months ago and commissioned the CyberKnife, which is a highly specialized radiotherapy treatment equipment that is only, apart from Egypt, we are the only African country who are brave enough to install it. Majority of patients right now lined up for that service would have been sent abroad for this service, approximately spend about 2.5 to 3 million per treatment. But the service is now locally available, fully paid by NHIF. So Kenyans don't have to worry about whether they have money to pay for the service or not.
And Dr. Helena, what is the CyberKnife commonly used in the treatment of, and even as you walk us through the CyberKnife, let's also talk about the comprehensive breast cancer center here, where you get rapid results in only a matter of days. But let's begin with the CyberKnife and what it is routinely used in the treatment of.
So the CyberKnife is a radiotherapy machine. However, it is non-invasive and it's able to deliver treatment through a robotic arm. So the linear accelerator is mounted on the robotic arm. We're also able to take imaging whilst you get the treatment to ensure that the treatment delivery is actually precise for the cancer that we're treating. We can treat different types of cancer with this machine. Anything from the brain to the spine, to the lungs, to the prostate, to the kidney, to the pancreas. So different types of malignancies can be treated with the CyberKnife, and we hope that it will be a non-invasive way to manage tumors that cannot be operated on.
And questions around whether it reduces the number of sessions that the patient would require as opposed to the other treatment options and side effects as well.
So in terms of the delivery of treatment, we're able to deliver the treatment between 1 to 5 fractions, which is 1 to 5 sessions. Unlike with the conventional linear accelerator, where we treat anything from 15 to 38 or 39 sessions. So with the CyberKnife, we can deliver treatment, a full course of treatment within a week and be done with that treatment. In terms of reducing side effects, on the tumor location, so it spares the normal that are not affected by the tumor, ensuring the side effects are limited as compared to other forms of radiotherapy.
And Dr. Kiflom Sayom, in terms of testing and diagnosis, are there simple blood tests that can be done if somebody wants to check whether or not they may have any cancer cells in their body? And in terms of the integrated molecular center, what have we seen in terms of the impact it has had on the populace as regards affordability of treatment as well as access to treatment?
Thank you very much for that question. So I'm a nuclear medicine physician, and to correlate your question about the blood tests for cancer screening, so normally nuclear medicine is it is specialties, but it's literally a brand new specialty, especially in Africa. So it's all about we provide treatment and diagnosis for cancer patients and then cancerous diseases. So coming back to your question, like for example, if I specifically mention prostate cancer, so we can use simple blood tests to see the status of the disease, which is a PSA. So based on that level, we can go forward to the PET-CT scanning to assess the status of the disease. So, but like in general, what I would like to tell you about the nuclear medicine service that we provide here is we provide so-called FDG PET-CT, which is very useful for broad cancers like lung cancer, breast cancer, like bone cancers, so like a wide form of cancers. So, and the PSMA PET-CT for prostate cancer, and we do other treatment, like investigation modalities like the SPECT-CT, which is very useful in assessing like the kidney function, the heart function, and we can also be able to assess the entire skeleton. So I will be elaborate more. So this is for now, and I will come back for details. Yeah.
Okay, many thanks for that. Remember, we are live at the Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital. And this hospital here made history after performing its first non-invasive surgery using the ultra-modern cyber knife. It is a revolution here in the country, with less medical tourism, with less Kenyans traveling abroad to seek cancer treatment. A lot of facilities here will be able to take care of diagnostic needs of patients as well as treatment options for cancer patients in the country. Back to you in studio.
The State of Cancer, in partnership with the National Cancer Institute.
Celebrate with us at the 30th edition of Egypt and Middle East Expo and enjoy up to 50% discount at Sarit Expo Center from 23rd November to 10th December. You'll be captivated by the glamorous fashion, amazing footwear, clothes, authentic jewelry, and the most magnificent home furnishing, furniture, kitchenware, and much more. That's right, it's at the Egypt and Middle East Expo at Sarit Center from 23rd November to 10th December from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come on, come all. Entry is free.
Whenever you fly to space or take your first step as baby, SoftCare always stays with you.
New SoftCare Space Series is rooted from space technology. It keeps you dry and comfortable for 12 hours long. Offers you the most effective protection during your space journey.
SoftCare. Protect your leap.
Hold on to your seats, KE. The delicious, new What the Fanta mystery flavor is here. It's fruity, it's fabulous, it's What the Fanta. Join the flavor hunt today and guess the flavor. Visit whatthefanta.co.ke for more.
Ngata imeisha na ni lazima ufike. Stock yako umekosa na wateja wangoja. Ngata imechapa na chakula lazima. Kama wako ameanza itabidi umelipa.
Pata mkopo fasta na rahisi kupitia simu yako kwa malipo ya chini sasa kutoka KCB M-Pesa. Fungua M-Pesa app, chagua Grow, chagua KCB M-Pesa.
KCB M-Pesa jo.
We all need that friend we can share secrets with. A festive moment always makes it up, no matter how life turns out. DPL Festive, nourishing Kenyans countrywide.
Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology has consistently led the way in cultivating a vibrant culture of research, innovation and entrepreneurship. With modern teaching and research facilities, JKUAT stands at the forefront in empowering the realization of both national and regional development goals. On Friday, December 1st, 2023, JKUAT will host a graduation ceremony where a new cohort of individuals will be celebrated.
To all the graduates, I extend my heartfelt congratulations and best wishes in your future endeavors.
JKUAT, setting trends in higher education, research, innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship.
Majina yangu ni Pastor Edward Moi wa kanisa la Jesus Winner Ministry. Ninakualika katika kurusedi yetu ya tarehe 3 Disemba ni Kasarani Stadium. Barabara zote tarehe 3 kutoka Nyeri, kutoka Murang'a, kutoka Kirinyaga, kutoka Laikipia, kutoka Meru na kila mahali, hata Nakuru ni Kasarani Stadium. Kuja siku hiyo na Mungu atakubariki na Mungu atakutenda mema. Karibuni nyote.
There is a new name in town, with 135 years of a rich heritage that has touched every generation, committed to delivering excellence and expertise, striving to transform the automotive industry. A name backed up by an unmatched range of mobility solutions, something for every road, every situation, every need. A name that has been there since the beginning, driving you through every stage of life in comfort and style. You have known us as Toyota Kenya and DT Dobi. And now we have merged to become CFAO Motors Kenya. The experience and excellence you know and love, now with a new name. CFAO Motors Kenya, your preferred mobility partner.
Experience Swiss-based education in the heart of Nairobi. With practical hands-on skills, we prepare you for the dynamic world of culinary art and patisserie or international hospitality management. Travel the world and gain global work experience through our international placement network as you shape your career as the next global future leader in hospitality. Welcome to the Boma International Hospitality 2024 intake ongoing.
Hello?
Lalo sauti yako klika. Kuna unapata nyingine?
Ni simu mpya yako nime ajavika.
Lake Turkana Wind Power, Kenya's green energy. Investing in wind energy is reducing Kenya's reliance on fuel import. Lake Turkana Wind Power is powering industrial development, driving sustainability, empowering communities, and climate change. Lake Turkana Wind Power, the largest wind farm in Africa, powering every 7th bulb in every Kenyan home. Turkana Wind Power, powering.
The journey started like a dream 104 years ago. With the right leadership, the right business model, right standards, and international affiliation with FIA, it has brought you various mobility products and services. Now, you need sunglasses because the future of AA Kenya.
Inspiring mobility.
yangu nikipigia hiyo kitu ati nishike kasi credit yangu ina never simu ya fiber neon smaka tunabora mimi niko na yangu mwa
with Smaka and Neon Ultra. 5 get 65 free. Visit fibeshop.com or a fiber agent or dealer near you.
What we see is no surprise. We can't miss her. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy. Makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better.
The State of Cancer, in partnership with the National Cancer Institute.
Good evening. If you're just joining us, welcome. If you've been with us the last couple of hours, this is continuing coverage of The Big Conversation, coming to you live across all broadcast platforms of the Royal Media Services. Tonight, our focus will be on cancer, a disease that has ravaged families across the country. Now, the World Health Organization estimates that there are more than 40,000 new cases of 28,000 cancer-related deaths every year.
Na bila shaka kama unajiunga nasi, lakini mada yetu ya leo ni mada yenye uzito na haswa mioyoni ama nyoyoni mwa waathiriwa wengi wa ugonjwa wa saratani hapa nchini Kenya. Ripoti ya saratani inaonyesha kwamba kaunti ya Nairobi, Nakuru, Machakos, mbele kabisa Kiambu zimerekodi idadi ya saratani ikiwa ugonjwa maarufu kwa jina la Kiingereza kama kansa.
Mimi nafahamika kama Rashid. Leo tunazungumza la ambapo tunajua wazi kwamba ipo aina moja ya maradhi ambayo yanaitwa kansa au saratani. Labda unamtafuta 30 iliyopita ayakwambia saratani ya kongosho ama damu, lakini kadri siku zinavyosonga mapya yanajitokeza. Umuhimu wa sisi kupenda ni swala la lazima. Hebu tuko na mengi ili safari yao itugue maisha yetu na sisi tusimame katika safari ambayo ina changamoto.
Indeed, and I'm Trevor Mbija, live from Citizen TV special town hall. Here we are engaging cancer. They're giving us tales of their story of how they stood up against a disease that is fast rising. So speaking to affect stood up against cancer in their different spheres. That are sometimes very difficult. It is a difficult conversation, but we are seeking the answers here on this day of cancer.
The answers we shall from an eminent panel of medical and health experts from the causes to the types of treatment. The experts here will share technologies and treatment options and whether these treatments are fully available. I'm Victoria Rubadiri.
Ikiwa ni usiku wa maswali mengi na mengi ya majibu kamili na mwafaka hasa kutoka kwa wataalamu hawa tuliowajumuisha studioni. Iwe ni uzazi au saratani ya kibofu cha uume, saratani ya matiti. Huu ni usiku wa juhudi ya kupata majibu kuhusiana na ugonjwa wa saratani.
Pia tunayapata hapa tena kutoka studio hii ambayo tumejumlisha wakuu wa serikali akiwemo waziri wa Wafula, gavana wa kaunti ya Tharaka Nithi, mkurugenzi taasisi ya saratani nchini. Jina langu
live from this government studio where Kenyans expect as accurate answers as they wish for cancer. From the broad question to the specifics around the cause of is all hands on the deck from the of government representatives.
Caregiver studio with other perspectives around the management of cancer. I'll be engaging 3 caregivers who will share the experiences as well as their vision on Kenyan families can work the task. This includes palliative care.
We are live from the Cancer Unit teaching concerns about Kenyans due to access to cancer treatment. The first ever cyber knife non-invasive surgery conducted right here, first of its kind PET CT scan, which is responsible for diagnosis of cancer treatment. We will be walking through diagnosis and treatment options right here at the hospital. I'm Muli. Back to you.
Hospital. Na mpenzi mtazamaji, tutakuwa tunazamia taarifa mbali katika maeneo mbalimbali kabisa.
Absolutely, and don't forget the big conversation. You can tweet us and use this hashtag @BigConversation. That is what we're using tonight. By the way, Big Conversation in conjunction with the National Cancer Institute. The Cancer Institute is an agency that coordinates all cancer activities from prevention, detection, diagnosis across and care, service delivery, training, and research towards reduction of the burden of cancer in Kenya. Right, straight to the housing, the Ministry of Land, Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development has directed employers to continue to deduct from the employer's gross salary and remit the tax to the Kenya Revenue Authority with the employer's contribution. However, the National Trade Congress and the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union are calling upon employers to halt the deduction tax with immediate effect as declared by the High Court. Set the line the latest fact.
For Land, Public Works, Housing and Development Directive, all employers shall be required to deduct the affordable housing levy from the employees' salary and to together with the action include 1.5% of the employees' salary and 1.5% of employees' gross monthly salary by the employer. The government warning that an employer who fails to comply with the law shall be liable to pay 2% of the unpaid funds for every month remains unpaid. Moved by the National Assembly, Parliament is in the process of receiving a motion from the executive to create a comprehensive legal framework.
That can be in time with court.
Solidarity forever. Trade Union Congress and the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Union calling upon employers to deduction of the housing levy as it was declared unconstitutional by the High Court.
In the Finance Act 2023 is either constitutional or unconstitutional. There is no middle ground. Anybody just tells to the levies and says life is continue. I do not expect that we are going to be deducted the same housing levy to refund workers their money and allow workers to work when they are motivated, not when they are overtaxed.
The Attorney General, ERA and Parliament have indicated that they will appeal judgment that declared the housing levy constitutional. This despite the President's comment that the views would inform a new push for compliance. Olale, City.
At the same time, Azimio leader Raila Odinga now wants all to stop implementing the housing in the High Court. The Azimio parliamentary meeting said that the move by the judges to extend the stay does not make the levy constitutional. Let's get more on little.
The ruling by the three-judge bench Tuesday was solid and wants all employers to comply by withholding their remittances.
Therefore, even though they say there's a stay, is that the matter is unconstitutional. And therefore, all the employers to immediately stop paying anything. Because we've been acting.
Odinga called the judges 5 days.
The court pronouncement this matter is unconstitutional. Yes. It's unconstitutional. A stay that doesn't make
the Azimio report
the leader of the prime secretary. The people of Kenya have to have their say by way of a referendum.
On the cost of living, Odinga says back to consultations on the way forward.
To listen to the cries of the people and bring down the cost of living. The other way includes to will not be limited to consultations.
Citizen TV.
Most families have been displaced in Homa Bay County as they need to wreak havoc in most parts of the country. The river Anguera broke its banks, sweeping through the village on the outskirts of Homa Bay town. Hundreds of families whose homes were destroyed are camping at Ranguera Primary School. The situation is getting worse by the day. Injuries as the folks hired and filled with water downstream. Hundreds of families are already displaced in the northern counties with cut off. Transport Cabinet Secretary Chuba Murkomen, who was on an inspection of Infrastructure in Garissa and coastal counties in Kilifi warned drivers against crossing the swollen waters to minimize cases of death that have now hit Haiti. The Kenya Conference of Bishops KCCB called for response by government and robust support for affected communities. KCCB called for the responsible use of funds allocated for mitigation, or rather mitigating impact, for the importance of transparency and accountability. All right, we're done back to the conversation with the old cancer warriors. Back away, guys.
Well, thank you, Jeff. Let's get straight into the issue of costs now. How much did it cost you to get cancer this?
I must say that I'm one of the luckiest during my cancer treatment, and NHIF was everything. 2017. Contribution was 500. So I went into Kenyatta. I had total mastectomy. I didn't pay a thing. I did radiotherapy. I only did a top up of and therapy paid for me everything. For mammography, it's not covered by them, and CT scan. And that time covering partially, and I did it. So I'm one of the luckiest people by then, and there was no top up for NHIF, who was very lucky. And as I said, my mother at that time was also suffering from throat cancer. She received her treatment at Texas, and we didn't pay anything. She did 10 cycles of chemo and radiotherapy every day for 4 months. We paid 0 baht. But now it's different. Before you look at the treatment, I have one question: diagnostic. If before I go back home, look for 13 to come and do my biopsy, to look for another, 20,000 in chemistry. It will take so long. And then the time I'm coming back to the oncologist, it is so my question is, why don't we cover the diagnosis from the start, that the patient can get access timely, because there's a lot of time wasted in between.
Yes.
And this issue of popping up, and that bed, that for us years, and the majority of this is wananchi, sisi ni Wanjiko wa uchumi kidogo. So there's a harambe here, there's a WhatsApp group here and there, and then you're told all of a sudden that even after topping up for 2 years, it is not valid, and it has exhausted. So right now there was a conversation mastectomy, did not use money for radiotherapy. Is in the house. And what do you do with the patient, or what do you start with that patient?
Samuel Mburu alikuwa anatikisha kichwa kwa sauti, tuzungumze kwa gharama ikoje, kwa sababu unaona kwa wanapozungumza ni kama unakubaliana na je, familia ilipitia wakati mgumu, pesa kiasi gani kisha kwamba mna shughuli na sasa katika familia.
This memory connection. I'm sure by now na maisha ya mtu ni bado na kansa and the treatment. I want to bring to the attention the international, the diaspora, all candidates of cancer. We are all cancer, but now the management treatment is on a different. Personally, I've been affected 85% Because from the leadership perspective, from the perspective, also from the sector that I represent. I'm the Secretary General of the informal sector in Kenya. So this is the economic pillar. You see this journey of cancer management, it needs. So now it comes to now the economic. Is the president when in our social setups, especially in the economy, mostly we have the members who do in different activities. Wakati hii jaga ya kansa imeingia kwake, itimiza hata kufanya kazi kwake ni ngumu. Pia sisi wale tunawashikilia inakuwa most of the times we are spending in hospital now. What will happen from the nutritionist level, the diet ameandikiwa itakuwa ngumu. Akikosa kukula ile chakula ameandikiwa, what will happen? Even if the treatment iko sawa and a certain gap is missing, then the treatment itakuwa now and void. If they are NHF, sorry, to our institution that I present is compulsory mtu akuna NHF. But yanaenda kuitumia hospitali, especially now to the we do an extra top up. The extra top up we are doing sio mwaka moja ama miaka miwili. Can endelea for patient at KU. Amekuwa akienda huko juzi huko. Akabua do an extra top up of 2 years, which is 12K. The same NHF card ameitumia from the point of referral, which is Muranga. Then akija abua top up. Kama huyu amekuwa na pesa, the way all those intercounties come look for the services at KU.
Okay, let me bring in bias on this and also over expenses. Bias, we're going to be a gramia matibabu ya mjao.
It has been very on my side. By this you can NHF nikakata. Kenyatta naambiwa dawa haiko, enda ununua dawa nje. Ukienda kununua dawa nje ukirudi unaambiwa dawa ununua 17,500. Ukirudi Kenyatta unaambiwa lipa 5,000 ya kuchanganya dawa. Hiyo pesa. In fact wa kansa kwa mama ya watu wengine bwana roko. Kazi ndio umeuza kitu kwa nyumba, maisha inakuwa ngumu. Kwa serikali yetu hii pesa ambayo wa wazee victims wana so umeuza kile kitu asome kuna shida ya kitu ni shida.
Daktari, kidogo kama utaweza kuzungumza mpitishie kipaza sauti. Hizi ni hali ambazo mnakutana nazo kila siku. Na ukiangalia wanazungumza kwamba wanapatikana magonjwa ambayo wengine hata hawakujua wako nayo. Hali ya maisha ni ngumu. Lazima kuuza vitu vyao kupambana na ugonjwa kama huu. Lako ni lipi kuhusiana na gharama ya kupambana na saratani?
Thank you for the question. I think what's coming out from all this is a multifactorial. The healthcare itself, where there needs to be facilitation at multiple levels, from facilitation of the healthcare that's available, facilitating the treatment that's this is done through our taxes. I think that most of us pay. There also needs to be facilitation economically, because what's happening in the country as well economically affects to like the cancer warriors family of the cancer warriors. If it's affordable, are able to actually have the if you are unable to go to work and able to find even remission. So, I mean, it's good that we're having these conversations. I think it's multifactorial, but my thought there needs to be more facilitation. It needs to be a national level facilitation at multiple levels with experts, as we are having here at the moment, contributing to that that solution.
You're a radiologist, Dr. Mavuti. How much does it cost on average?
It's very expensive.
How much?
It really depends on what you need. There are multiple types of imaging that you can do. An ultrasound, depending on where you get different, as little as 1,500 shillings, but it can be as much as 8,000 shillings. The PET-CT that we're seeing, it's available in 2 centers, facility and one a private facility where is anywhere from 50,000 shillings to 80,000 shillings. And also other tests as well that cost upwards of 200,000 shillings as well. As someone is mentioning, the diagnostics expensive, the biopsies are so expensive, do biopsies as radiologists. So again, it's a matter of facilitation because these services are offered on a private basis, and so there's a cost in to offer the services as well.
Ukizungumza na kuona Cecilia ambaye anatikisa kichwa, unaposikia gharama, wajua kuna watu wanajua kwa wa saratani kitu gani ile mara na hiyo saratani ya taifa
sana. Mimi ama caregiver na tia wakati nilikuwa shule, ni simulie kidogo. I saw my mother ambapo alipitia kansa ya titi, lakini ikaendelea. I saw her dying kwa sababu ya kukosa namna. She was working with the city council. Alikuwa anafanya usafi kule kwa clinic. I would say geriatric. She had worked there for a very long time. Hata ingawa alikuwa anafanya clinic na aliuza kila kitu. I remember her. It is still fresh in my mind that kama jana, and I was still young. Nimepitia pia kwa marafiki ambapo pia ninajaribu kuwazungumzia, kuwapatia moyo, like kama leo vile nimekuja, kuna wengine nimezungumza nao waweze kufika hapa, lakini bado unakuta wako na they don't want to come up. Maybe what I would urge kids, it is good to go for training, kwa sababu it's not a death sentence. Kitu ambayo inaweza ambapo ikijulikana mapema inaweza kusaidia wengi, kwa sababu itasaidia vipi? Kwa sababu wakati wewe umepatikana uko na kansa, biwe haita familia yako, haitaguza watoto wako. Alafu lingine pia anasema wanaenda wanatafuta kazi, hawapati. Ninaweza kuambia hawa employers, it can be your mom, tomorrow it can be a sister, tomorrow it can be a daughter, or tomorrow it can be you. Kwa sababu kansa ya titi si yake peke yake, hata wanaume. Kwa hivyo tufikirie na tuweze kusaidiana. Hawa watu tuwashikilie kwa sababu ni binadamu kama sisi.
Right, let's go back to the government. Sam and Christine are standing by to get some answers there. Whether the costs are right. Sam and Christine.
Right, thank you so much, Trevor. To begin with the Cabinet Secretary here, because the success story of HIF, what it was able to do, complaining that most this process was covered for treatment. She's very but you're not covering the diagnosis that has done that to ensure that this is actually.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you to those who have given their views on the studio. It's true that currently NHIF does not cover screening and some of the diagnostics, and that is why we are reforming, or we have reformed NHIF. The other issue that came out there, you must have had one who gave a testimony that they got to take their NHIF card after they were diagnosed. So we have an issue of adverse selection, that until is to have a chronic illness, that is when now you go and get your insurance. That is our second problem with the NHIF as it is currently. The other issue that they have talked about of top-up, that is to mean there is a limit within NHIF. The treatment can be covered. They have also talked about some of the procedures that are not covered. That means there's exclusion by NHIF. What are the reasons why we have now have social health authority? What we have done in social health authority is to take care of their life from the time a mother is expectant. That is covered under social health authority until to the time that that person is maturing and, God forbid, death. We have covered in the social health authority. Specifically for we have ensured that we are covering screening and diagnosis at 100%. We have ensured that all treatment for cancer is covered at 100%. We have a publicly funded system. That is where most of the screening happen. Then once you kick into the secondary care, we have the social health insurance. And that is where your insurance will be taking care of without exclusion, without limitation. Best of social health authority is the emergency critical economic fund. Kenyans, the benefit of the social health authority, the ones who are going to benefit are people with chronic illness and emergency care, because we have a fund there established in a year with about that fund. And our 46 billion care. So we say that now we have put in place a mechanism to ensure that we are taking care of you from the point of screening, diagnostics, treatment, and chronic maintenance that are going to maintain for a long period of time. And palliative care is the social health. And that is what I was telling you, the big question that we should be asking ourselves: how do we access to the people to take care of this? Is through our revenue, where now we are invited to a conversation on how under social health. I've told you about my experience where we are separating people, and we are saying we have been able to, out of the 1.4 million Kenyans who are HIV positive, 1.3 million are on treatment. That's about 95%. Where did we get funds for this? We got USA. Where does USA get money from? It's taxpayers. That the people in the America from their taxes is aid to take care of our funds. So we should now be mature and think how to help the country. And I want to encourage that where we are supposed to pay taxes, let us pay taxes, because this is how the government revenue to be facilitate the program it has put in place.
And was it, I don't know if you to clarify, because there has been a contention. Last time you were here, you talked about 2.75% contribution to the market capping of 5,000 shillings. The president has been speaking about 2.75% with the cap. What are the regulations you're working on?
We finalized drafting the regulations, and we were at the stage of inviting Kenyans to come and give us views. From where, with the information I had at that point in time, I thought a cap of 5,000 would do. But now we have opened the discussion. Let Kenyans come and tell us how much they think we should cap, or if at all we shouldn't even cap. You know, so it is a conversation that is ongoing. Until the time we have finalized the process through public participation, until we finalize that, here we have, we've gazetted the elections. That is the point where we will say, this is what we have put it at, with a cap, without a cap. Kenyans are going to give that decision. If we are capping, how much?
Okay. So, asante waziri kwa Dr. Naftali Busahara, rais wa shirika la kesho linalohusiana na utafiti juu ya saratani. Na kulingana na mazungumzo haya, tangu tulipoanza, jambo ambalo limejitokeza wazi, matibabu ya saratani na kuwa ghali, sababu zile dawa na vifaa ambavyo tunatumia tunaagiza kutoka nje. Je, katika hiyo idara ya utafiti inawezekana kwamba utafiti ili tuwe na dawa zetu wenyewe hapa chini za kutumika katika matibabu ya saratani na pia tuweze kutengeneza vifaa vyetu ili tusaidie katika kupunguza matibabu ya saratani?
Asante Christine. Jawabu na tumekuwa maneno ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba vifaa za kutumia katika matibabu lakini magonjwa yaweze kutengenezwa nchini, na tukifanya hivyo punguza bei madawa na hizi vifaa ambazo wananchi wetu wanatumia, na sio tu bali pia tutaweza kuuza kwa mataifa ya ng'ambo na kupata foreign exchange. Unajua hitaji sana. Jambo la pili kuhusu utafiti ni kwamba utafiti ni maana sana kwa kila kitu ambacho tunafanya. Hata wakati wa prevention lazima kuna njia ambazo unaweka ukisema tukifanya hivi tutazuia kansa. Lazima tukue na utafiti hii mwelekeo unajua ina matokeo aina gani. Kwa sababu tunafanya lazima tuiangalie utafiti. Iwe kuhamasisha, iwe matibabu, kila tuchukue kwa msingi wa utafiti. Asante.
Right. Let's get to the question of because I believe that the reason why they manage cancer is because of the cost of treatment, but also the cost of maintaining the workforce that we have. This is a split question for Dr. Chinga. Talk to us about the professionals you need to properly manage cancer.
So cancer is complex, and to be able to manage cancer, we need so many doctors involved, as opposed to many other diseases, because cancer is within you, and we have to differentiate that whatever you have is not normal you, it is you who has become mad and want to destroy you. So if, for example, you have a lump on your neck, you have something on the neck, you will go to an hospital. Any but the doctor has to differentiate it is not a normal thing. It has to differentiate it is normal, and if it is abnormal, it is not just growth. It has to be suspicious like that. So any and most nurses could do that. The next step, if that doctor suspects that it is a cancer, then you do another doctor. So you're moving again step. That doctor most of the time called a surgeon. So the role of the surgeon will be to take a little bit from there. The surgeon will be a surgical oncologist, specialized surgeon. What if the general doctors can do it? That means now goes to the highly specialized person called a pathologist. So now we are having that stage of the doctor. That pathologist has to look at it and say cancer cells, and it's just not a normal growth. If it is a cancer cell, we go to now the fifth doctor. The fifth doctor would be now that we want to check if it's spread somewhere else. You need now a radiologist. Scans are there a lot of times. Sometimes that's when a nuclear, the doctors who are involved in PET scan. So you have to check the whole. Now, once that is done, take you back now to a surgical oncologist. That surgical oncologist is specialized to remove this mass very well, because removing cancer is not like removing a growth. Different cancers are removed differently so that we achieve a cure. This is not done by one doctor. At that point now, the oncologists come in, people discuss and say, if we remove it like this, is best, and then the surgery. Once the surgeon has removed it, the pathologist now come again. Okay, confirm it's already removed. This is cancer. and they do further tests, which might now involve other pathologists. That's why sometimes we take specimen abroad to confirm it is this cancer, this type, it has this characteristic, and actually certain treatment can work for it. Once that is done, now the oncologists come in. And even the oncologists different type. They sit as a group and say, if it needs chemotherapy, we go to somebody called medical oncologist. If it needs radiotherapy, somebody specializes in radiation alone. It is called hematologist. After that, then the patient is treated. The patient still believe they may die. Somebody should do for them called palliative. They may come forward or they may come after time. And then after that, it will come now following up as they go. Now, chemotherapy is be prepared. It is not prepared like the drug by the nurse. It is prepared by a pharmacy or a oncologist, special pharmacies. The nurse will have to go to the room called if you go now the pathway, need to get a specialized person called a radiographer who now prepare you through the process of therapy. Then the scientist who now having a physics knowledge to manage the machine to ensure that I give you the right dose and also ensure that this dose goes into you and is going to be given and received by the patient as the oncologist.
And
so all this process requires so many.
Let me just take an example.
Yes.
How long do you need to train and at what cost?
To be after you have finished your internship, you have been a medical for 3 years, and you train for 4 years in the university to become an oncologist. Average is about 600,000. Fees alone cost you 600
hiyo iko kando.
Hiyo iko kando. Umefanya intensive medical officer 3 years. So ni kama unachukua about 14 years from the time umeingia medical time you say you're now oncologist.
Is that we need to say that the national government takes care of the social and level. Yes. But what we need to do is to interest the ones who have an interest in having as a profession. But also discuss then how is it as a country we get into as many people now to see the you. So we shall be discussing. I'll be talking to this good experts so that then we get to see what is it that we can do as a government. Many years ago, we had many people dying from mothers dying when delivering. So then the government did an affirmative action to ensure that many gynecologists. So that situation has been cured as of now. So the situation that we're faced with right now is cancer, a non-communicable disease. We are going to take a position, a policy decision as a government to see how is it that we can interest as many people then to be able to go and train in the subspecialty of.
Some missing piece there in that training is when that doctor is pulled out of the county referral hospital. In those 4 years, when that doctor is trained to be an oncologist, he'll still be earning a salary from the county government.
Yeah.
Well, he's in college, but he's not working. In the meantime, I do not have money to replace him at the hospital where he was working. That becomes an extra cost to the Mwananchi and to the government. So in the whole of this thing, it is cost after cost after cost.
All right.
But some we must also, for that, I know.
Waziri, I'll allow you an opportunity to respond to that because I think it requires a response. But Dr. Meli, talk to us about now the national strategy, because if you look at the professionals that Professor Ocheng has enumerated there, it's quite a process and it's adding to all these costs. What is the biggest strategy to ensure that, yes, we may have more centers, but they'll also be having the HRH? That they require to work?
Well, thank you, Sam, and thank you, Madam Waziri and my colleagues. I think this issue of cost, to me, the biggest cost we have in cancer is loss of life. These other costs that we are working on reducing are possible, they are manageable. National Cancer Institute of Kenya is currently implementing a sector cancer strategy, which was developed by many stakeholders, and it's looking at from prevention. That is a strategy that we are using to slay this dragon. You know, our pillar number one is prevention and early detection. This is where the, primary health care, community health, this is where UHC is really anchored. When we talk about community health promoters, we really want to equip. In fact, in the next 2 weeks, we will be having community health promoters represented per PCN. They will be undergoing a 2-day well-structured curriculum on cancer messaging, and this is going to equip them on basic information that will allow them, be able to educate those who are in their community health units. We have our second pillar, which is, diagnosis using pathology, imaging, and radiology, and laboratory medicine in general. If you look at this team, it requires a lot of human resource, as Dr. Cheng has enumerated. And what we are doing, Governor Mudomi, we are changing our strategy now of training healthcare workers to avoid getting them out of the counties. We are discussing a proposal where we are going through the collegiate kind of training where if you have a specialist in your institution, we do not need to get away your medical officer. But then we can attach this medical officer to University of Nairobi, and they will be doing didactics, but their clinical experience will be done within the institution in the county governments. And we will not deprive you as a county this doctor who would still train under the mentorship of an experienced, doctor, a specialist for that matter. And not only in oncology, in surgery, in, radiology, in gynecology and obstetrics. And that will also cure the problem that you have replacing medical officers again and again. And you replace them, and sometimes they go for training and they never come back, unfortunately. So our pillar number 2 looks at this. And as we discussed the cost of cancer care, let me talk about, this one, and the third pillar, which is treatment. With curative or palliative intention and survivorship, there is a lot of infrastructural investment here that goes into increasing that cost of cancer care. If you look at radiotherapy machine, to put up one center, it costs 600 million. To put one basic comprehensive center without putting in a lot of investment, which would be ideal, especially at this level when technology has really change practice and has been used to improve quality of care, to make sure side effects are less and to make sure there's precision oncology. When we talk about CyberKnife, we are talking about 750 million investment going into, treatment that has, precision oncology, where we are treating patients to as close as 1 millimeter. I do not want to go into the details of science here, but then the cost of investment in this, for us to have, to sustain these services, including maintenance, for us to sustain these services, we definitely would have, it comes with a cost. If you look at targeted therapies, and right now to treat cancer, we are also modulating the immunity. We are doing what we call immuno-oncology. You get one drug, every 3 weeks it's costing 850,000 shillings. Who can afford that for life or until death or until progression of the disease? So treatment, diagnostic, there is a lot of investment. When we look at the cost, and we are happy at least social health authorities stepping in to support in full. And I agree with Madam Waziri that we have to pay. We have to ask Kenyans to contribute. We have to be responsible for our health. If there is any taxes that are, returns are almost, it is this one, as much as all of them are important because it contributes into quality of healthcare in general. Pillar number 4 that we are looking at as our strategy from the sector that we are implementing is on advocacy, coordination, partnership, and healthcare financing. And this is relevant at this point. We have to get resources. Our strategy is cost at 49 billion over the next 5 years. And for us to be able to implement this strategy to the latter, we need resources. And this is where now we are bringing together all stakeholders, government, non-government, state, non-state actors, including pharmaceutical companies who are also reaping heavily, in treatment. We are currently working with Roche, for instance. They have, programs, Roche and AstraZeneca. They have programs that are actually, we call them access programs, accepting a drug that could, Kenyans could not afford. Affordable. Right now, they are getting it at 33,000. When it came into market, Dr. Ocheng and Dr. Busakala and us have been in the practice for quite a while. When we started our practice, nobody could afford that drug because we are looking at 500,000 shillings. But right now it is at 33,000 and it is covered by NHIF comprehensively. It's a life-saving drug. And we are looking at treatments for lung cancer, which these pharmaceuticals have subsidized, and also prostate cancer. So we are having that discussion to make sure that anybody who is investing in cancer care, we can cost and know it's going to reduce this. And we are engaging into more access programs. That is the direction. It's one of the strategies, as we also do pooled procurement for cancer drugs. Very important, because when we, economies of scale would definitely reduce the cost, and that cost will be reduced for the patient. What they are complaining about. And the last one is cancer surveillance, registration and research.
Asante sana Dr. Meli. Umejibu swali ambalo alikuwa nalo Mudhomi Njuki.
Hajajibu bado.
Mambo ya madaktari.
Hajajibu. There's a very important issue about, they are talking about diagnosis all the time. In the county governments who are relying on MES equipment, which program is coming to an end, Waziri is aware of this by next year. If as a government we don't do anything about it, either from national or county, then that issue of saying that we can slay the dragon of cancer from the village level is going to be a thing of the past. Because it will mean that there will be no CT scan that will be working in the counties in this country, no MRI, no X-rays, no those theater equipments where we need the surgeons. And therefore we need to invest in those pool equipment as a country. So that we can be able to take care of the same.
Bila shaka maelezo ni mengi. Sam?
We have to cross over to Jael, who is speaking to caregivers at the palliative care. Jael, over to you.
Thank you, Sam and Christine. And the cost of care does not just stop on treatment. It also comes in matters of management. And we just want to get to understand what this cost, what does it involve? And maybe Elsie, you can help us just digest that and get to know what are the costs involved in caregiving or palliative care.
Thank you so much, Jael. When we come to palliative care, luckily it is not as expensive as treatment. We've talked about very big numbers when we're talking treatment. But when it comes to palliative care, we're talking managing side effects, we talk managing symptoms, which is very pocket-friendly, if I can put it that way, or rather not even half a quarter what we're talking about when we're talking active management. We're talking when we do home visits. When we visit a patient who has a wound that needs management, we try as much as possible to manage it in a pocket-friendly manner, that everybody is able to get palliative care, if it is at their comfort of their home or at the facility. That we try as much as possible. Everybody should have pain management. Nobody should at this era be screaming that nobody is sleeping in the environment. Should be able to sleep comfortably if they have enough money in their pocket or they don't have money. So it is very pocket friendly.
Thank you, Elsie. And Dr. Zipporah, you said about the issues of cost of treatment. Some of them are just on paper, and reality, as people say, reality for ground is totally different.
Yeah, sometimes actually we pass laws and regulations, but we don't walk the talk. So we've heard from the patients today. They have talked about the fact they have to dip into their pockets to pay for their treatment, and that is still the same even today. Like one lady said, we have a patient who's asking for help. We have a forum where we talk with patients and everybody, and she has been in the house because she can't afford her treatment. So I'm hoping, as the CS has said, that this new system, the Social Health Authority, is going to focus from the time, from conception probably, until whatever the journey of your life is. I'm hoping that it will include palliative care, because one of the things that she has talked about, the hospices do home visits. They go and see patients at home. This cost has not been paid forever in this country, how can we also ensure that these costs are taken? One of the things I said earlier on is palliative care costs a lot of costs. Patients come because their needs are not being met. But when you meet their needs, they will stay at home. They will not keep on coming because of pain, because of a spiritual issue. They will stay at home, and the cost is cut for the patient, for the healthcare facility as well, and for the healthcare system. So one of the things, is she says it's pocket friendly, but sometimes the patient may need chemotherapy or radiotherapy or surgery that we call palliative, and this can be costly for the patient. So my hope is that the government is going to look at how they can also pay for hospice care, because hospices do a lot of good work. One of the things we did to minimize costs in this country through the Kenya Hospices and Palliative Care System is to integrate palliative care into the healthcare system. So it's fully budgeted for. It's part of the ongoing service in a health institution. So integration is still very important as well.
However, now for Jacqueline, you say at Kimbilio, the cost of palliative care is subsidized. How subsidized is this? How much is that?
Yes, asante sana Jael. Kama nilivyosema kwamba gharama ya tiba shifa iko chini kuweza kulinganisha na gharama ya matibabu. Kwa mfano pale kwa hospice Kimbilio unapata kwamba gharama ya kushughulikia mgonjwa kwa siku moja ni takriban shilingi 2,500. Kwa hivyo wageni wetu wanalipa kitu kidogo tu ya kuweza kuwasaidia, na pesa ambayo iko juu si kwamba ni bure. Kuna mtu mahali anagharimika ili aweze kusaidia huyo mgonjwa. Kuna hospitali nyingine yetu kule Eldoret ambayo inaitwa Living Room Hospital, ambayo pia imeanzisha mtindo maalum ya kuweza kuwasaidia watoto ambao wako na saratani. Watoto chini ya miaka 18 wameweza kujengewa nyumba ambayo inaitwa Mika Guest House. Nyumba hii wanakaa mahali pale bila malipo. Wanakaa wakienda kupata matibabu ya saratani kule hospitali ya rufaa ya Eldoret. Wanasafirishwa na gari ambalo pia ni ya Living Room. Wanaenda kupata matibabu, wanarudishwa mahali pale. Na chumba hicho kiko na vitanda 40. Kwa hivyo inaweza kuweka watoto kama 20 hivi pamoja na walinzi wao. Kwa hivyo ndio njia mojawapo ambayo imeweza kusaidiwa kuweza kupunguza gharama ya matibabu ya saratani.
And you know, on the other aspect of palliative, one issue that difficult it's about is issue of death. We all know that at a certain point, unfortunately, cancer warriors will have to succumb. That element, caregivers or palliative care involves preparation for what you call end-of-life care. Dr. Zipporah, what does that entail, and how do you walk both the patient and the family through that?
Okay, yeah, we all die, so that's a reality. I mean, that's the only figure that has remained the same, that 100% we will all die one way or other. And sometimes our patients do get sick, and we know that they're probably coming to the end of life. And it's very important because I think as a doctor, a palliative care doctor, that end of life is actually the biggest part of me as a healthcare provider that I need to invest in for a patient, because we have nobody has died before. It's very new for them. It's frightening, and so we really have to support people who are dying and their families. And specifically, being able to talk to a patient about their prognosis. This is something that we don't talk about in this country. We try to beat about the bush, but sometimes patients want to know if they are going because they have unfinished business they need to address. But one of the things we factor on is that we talk about a good death. Death can never really be good, but a good death is a patient who is dying in peace, has made peace with their family, has no symptoms, or their symptoms are minimized, they have been controlled, they are peaceful. If they want to die at home, then they should be dying at home. If home is not a very conducive environment, then probably an institution. So really meeting the patient's needs and maybe trying to find what are the goals of care at this point of time to make you comfortable. So it's about comfort, it's about dignity, it's about not suffering through your death, it's about being surrounded by your loved ones, and it's about caring for this person. And so I always think that death is really a hard time for any patient and family members. So comfort for the family. Even for us healthcare workers, we need support during that time. We get attached to these patients.
Exactly.
And so sometimes nobody is taking care of our feelings. So we really also this breakdown.
And that's where I wanted to ask about your own psychosocial support. How is something put in place for your own mental and emotional well-being? Maybe you can help us with that.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the main things we do, if you want to take care of someone, take care of yourself first. If you want to give quality, have quality. So the main thing in most of the facilities, especially the hospices, we have put in place systems that support caregivers, healthcare professionals, so that you're in good status of mind to support a patient completely.
Exactly. And this is something that maybe we skipped, but it's important to look into the issues of nutrition, even as you're managing these patients. Jacqueline?
Yes, hali ya chakula pia ni muhimu sana kwa kushughulikia wagonjwa, kwa sababu napata kwamba itakuwa vigumu sana hata mgonjwa dawa kuweza kufanya kazi ikiwa hana lishe bora mwilini. Kwa hivyo ni sehemu ambayo pia imeweza kuzingatiwa sana kuhakikisha kwamba wanapokuwa pale kwa hospitali wanapata lishe bora. Na pia kuna watu ambao wanashughulikia hayo masilahi ya lishe bora. Kwa hivyo ni jambo la muhimu sana kwamba wanapopata dawa hata za saratani wapate pia kupata lishe bora. Ni jambo ambalo ni muhimu sana katika hospitali.
And then how long will someone stay in palliative care? Do you always consider that when you've worked with a patient and at a certain point you make a decision that they're no longer eligible for palliative care?
Sometimes patients become very attached to the team, so you can't just tell them we are done with you. And we know that sometimes cancer occurs. What we usually advise is just having an open door, policy. A patient can walk in and walk out as they see the need. Patients might feel very well and forget about coming, and they might also not need to come. But we should have an open door policy because the patient can have a recurrence. The side effects of the treatment can also be very prolonging, can be very devastating for the patient. So issues of survivorship, rehabilitation are still of what we do in palliative care. So we don't really say that now go away, we are done with you, because they might not have the disease, but maybe the fact that their body was damaged might be really hurting them, so they want to come and talk to somebody about that. So it really, I think it's just a continuum of care, what you're talking about. A patient should be able to access services whenever they need them, wherever they are. And that's why it's important to take these services closer to the community so that they can access them wherever they are.
Exactly, and that's where there's the involvement of also the family members in matters of caregiving. Thank you very much. And right now I'll hand you over to the expert studio where we have Victoria and Nimrod.
Thanks for that, Jael. I'll cross quickly to Dr. Catherine. You've been hearing from all the stakeholders, but I want to talk about positive outcomes, especially when it comes to treatment. And there's a wording that we hear, remission and cured. What do those two words mean? Because you'll hear a patient say, I'm in full remission. Many times they feel, I don't need to come back for any more checkups. The draining finances are no longer something I have to deal with. So when you talk about those two words, what does it mean to be fully cured from cancer and to be in remission?
So for cancer, it is a chronic disease. And sometimes you can go into remission, which means you are free of all the symptoms and of the cancer. They've done all the imaging and it cannot be detected. But we encourage patients to go for follow-up. And the survival, the longer the survival is, the higher the chances that you are actually cured of the cancer. So it's always good to be on very close monitoring and go to your doctor, take your medicine as prescribed, so that if you are in remission, we also aim to have a cure for the cancer.
What happens in those cases where the cancer comes back but more aggressively?
So cancer can come back without a warning, and it's important that you see your oncologist to check you and treat it efficiently and in a timely manner. Some patients assume that what they are feeling could be the side effects of the treatment for a long time, when actually the cancer is coming back. So always it needs a medical attention. See your doctor to differentiate between side effects and the cancer coming back, so that when it comes back, it can be detected early and can be treated in a timely manner, because when you take long also to get treatment, then it spreads and becomes more aggressive. And cancer is different in every person. There are also different types of cancer. Even breast cancer is not the same between one patient to another. They all have very different behaviors. Some are aggressive, others are not very aggressive.
Daktari Noela, kwako yeye niulize kuhusiana na vipimo vya chembe-chembe. Masaa ile mnafanya pathology kujua kiwango cha kansa kimefikia wapi ama staging. Ni wapi ambapo inakuwa ghali kwa mgonjwa ili aweze kujua ni matibabu gani anayopitia? Pili, je, kuna teknolojia ambazo zinaweza kutumika kwa sasa hivi? Kwa sababu mara nyingi utakuta kuna mgonjwa ambaye ana saratani akienda na katwa sehemu fulani, iwe ni titi, ili kuweza kupimwa. Ikiwa atafanywa tena ukaguzi kuweza kujua stage imefika wapi ya kansa, lazima tena akatwe sehemu nyingine. Huone kwamba hii pia inaleta unyanyapaa ambao ni stigma na pia ina gharama yake. Je, kuna teknolojia ambayo inaweza kutumika ili staging iweze kuwa rahisi kushinda kuweza kumkata mtu sehemu tofauti kuweza kupima chembe-chembe za saratani?
Acha nijibu kwa Kiingereza.
Tafadhali endelea.
Kwanza sima tuchukue nyama. What we call invasive, we have to take a sample of what Dr. Ochieng called meat, we'll call a biopsy in this case. So it's a piece of the tissue of the growth or the cancer that we're talking about. And what happens is, as you heard, we come in at 2 stages. So the initial stage is when we take a small piece. We first want to establish, number one, is it a cancer? And if so, what is it? Yeah. And then based on that, we then decide, do we go in and remove the bigger section of it? Because we've just taken a very small piece. And that's what we call an incision biopsy. When we go and remove the whole tumor, we then call it an excision biopsy. And that's why it's a very intense, multidisciplinary team approach when you're doing cancer, because the surgeon is involved. Inakuwa juu. Yes, so you have the surgical procedure, you have the biopsy being brought to us. When we receive this biopsy, we have to establish what cancer is it, number one. And we have to do what we call subtyping. As I said, we have different modalities of treatment for the different types of cancer. For example, for breast cancer, we have almost over 20. So we have to establish exactly what type, and one of the warriors talked about ductal carcinoma. That's just but one of the types. So we have to establish what type it is. And we have to go into very expensive testing. We do immunohistochemistry and other tests, and this is why gharama inaju.
Na ndio maana nikauliza, hatujafikia mahali tuna teknolojia. Badala mgonjwa aje kila wakati unapompima kujua stage, lazima umpeleke katika chumba cha operesheni. Hapo kuna gharama. Hakuna njia ambayo tunaweza kuwa na teknolojia ambapo sio lazima mtu kukatwa sehemu fulani ambao gharama yake iko juu.
So sasa we have the cryosurgery, the surgical therapy that is now available in KU, and the liquid biopsy, and we also do FNA biopsy. Not all require surgery, and this is why it's hard to generalize cancer. All cancers come with their own specialized treatment. We can't generalize. But it's true, some do not necessarily require full surgery. If it's benign, it may require just management with drugs, and that's it.
I mean, let's talk about how cancer treatment has evolved over time. Dr. Catherine, I'll come back to you. What have we found in terms of how maybe ethnicity plays a role in how individuals would respond to medication? And are we now calling for more locally based, curated research for us, for Africans, to be able to respond better to cancer treatment?
Yeah, definitely there's a lot going on in our country in terms of investing in infrastructure, which you've seen happening. In research, we have many bodies really focusing on research and on training. Like at the University of Nairobi, all the doctors doing oncology have to do research, which is now customized to us. And as a matter of fact, currently I'm involved in a research whereby women with breast cancer, we are trying to differentiate between going for 3 weeks versus 1 week of treatment. And this is just using conventional radiotherapy. And there's a research that is going on courtesy of Kenyatta National Hospital and University of Nairobi. And we want to see whether what the West are doing, treating their women within 1 week, can work in our community. So we reduce the burden of cancer on patients. We've seen that patients encounter a lot of barriers, like financial barrier, a physical barrier. Even just having somebody to take you to hospital is a problem. They also encounter lack of knowledge. And I think the forum today is very good because it has opened up a lot of knowledge and awareness to the community to really know about cancer. And maybe before I finish up, to to say that as Texas Cancer Center, we also try to just offer localized solution to deal with the cancer menace in our country, reduce the cost of cancer care. NHIF has contributed immensely to cancer patient care, and I'm really grateful. And with the shift to the new shift system, I'm hoping that it will even, cancer patients will stand more to benefit on the same. Yeah.
Daktari Gladys, utaniwia radhi. Kuna dakika ambazo nitakupa wewe kuweza kujibu maswali na vile vile Roslyn, lakini kwa kifupi tu tuelekee aliko Lilian Muli. Tunaarifiwa kule hali ya anga si shwari, maana wako katika studio ya muda nje kule katika chuo kikuu cha KU. Wacha tuende kwake Lilian Muli aweze kuzungumza pamoja na wataalamu, madaktari wanaohusika na swala la saratani, halafu turejee hapa kwa mawili matatu.
Many thanks once again, live from the Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital. We want to get the final talks, the final thoughts of our experts in studio this evening as regards the latest technologies in cancer diagnosis and treatment. To you, Bwana CEO, Mr. Ahmed Dagane, let's talk about the cancer burden in the country. We've had our studio, the cancer survey, and the persons in palliative care talking about how huge the cancer burden is in the country. Is this facility able to cater for the demands of the patients seeking treatment? What can you tell us about possible waiting lists and indeed the demand in terms of numbers of the patients that come here?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Muli. It's good to be back to further discuss on the big conversation tonight. As I talked about earlier, we are seeing an increased number of cancer patients. I've said earlier, we're treating between 800 to 1,000 patients a day in our specialized clinic, and most of those patients are cancer-related patients. And so, as a hospital, we thank the government through the leadership of our cabinet minister, because this is a highly specialized institution that is able to meet some of the gaps that we have in the country. We're trying. We are treating patient therapy. We have seen those increased number of patients, and it has forced us to start a third shift. So instead of having 2 shifts, now we have an additional shift.
So you run the radiotherapy for 24 hours?
Yes, we do run for 24 hours. Of course, there's a waiting list, but again, through the leadership of the cabinet secretary and the hospital board of management, we're going to acquire a second LINAC machine very soon to be able to take care of those patients. So we are doing our best as a highly specialized hospital to be able to mitigate some of the gaps.
In terms of the waiting, there are stage 4 cancer patients who do not have the luxury of time. So in terms of the waiting list, do you prioritize in terms of how advanced the cancer is?
Absolutely, yes. Those patients who are really sick are prioritized. And then we also, we do have daily clinics, so some of the patients are being seen. There are also other treatment modalities going on. We have the oncologist specialists here in the hospital. They're able to see those patients and prioritize according to how sick they are.
Right, and as I proceed with the rest of the panelists, advancements in terms of research, you say you have a huge cancer burden in terms of a waiting list and not enough equipment to cater for the demand as well. So advancement in terms of research and where you are at as an institution.
Yes, thank you. A great question. As an institution, actually, we have a robust research activities going on in the country. We have excellent partnerships that we have incorporated. An example is an ongoing research through a partnership with Manchester and the Christie Hospital Foundation in the UK. We have done a joint grant together on esophageal cancer. So that is one of the cancers that are researches that are going on. And then, of course, we have partnered with local institutions like Cambridge. There are several research studies going on in the institution. And so through partnership, collaboration with both local institutions and some of the leading healthcare organizations across the globe, we have a robust partnership. In fact, as our name suggests, we have a whole directorate in charge of research.
Thank you for that. Now, Dr. Helena, we had spoken about the breast cancer comprehensive care that is found here, and I'd like us to go back to that issue as regards how timely it is in terms of when you get the results and what exactly happens in that particular center.
So we have the Comprehensive Breast Care Center, which is a novel idea in the country, was launched, it's just about a year old now, and we're able to cater to both men and women who have got breast cancer or breast care concerns. And so it's a rapid results initiative clinic, and we're able to make a diagnosis within 60 days and initiate treatment as well within that time. I think we're doing better than that target that we were given of 60 days, and we're diagnosing and starting treatment earlier than the 60 days. And we're able to do everything. So we're able to screen our patients. We have ultrasound, mammogram, MRI. We have got pathology services available where we can be able to get the biopsies done. We also have got nutritional support. We've got counseling support. We have an active support group where we are able to cater for those that are survivors and those that are going through the journey with breast cancer to be able to, get some strength through others that have made it. And then we also have palliative care. And then with the other treatment modalities, we're able to offer chemotherapy, immunotherapy, as well as radiotherapy to these patients. We also have 2 dedicated breast surgeons and are able to offer specialized breast surgery for these patients.
Right, and on the other leading cancers as well, which would be the cervical as well as the prostate, do we have any advanced technology that patients can find here?
Yes, just touching on cervical cancer, we have a screening program. It's unfair to have a woman walk in and only screen for one cancer. So we're able to screen not just for the breast cancer, but also cervical cancer. We know that these are the 2 leading malignancies in women and also the highest cause of mortality in terms of cancer deaths in the country. Cervical cancer screening, and for those that have early lesions, we're able to treat them in the pre-invasive stage. Those that are diagnosed with cervical cancer, we have a gynae oncologist available in the team, and we also have treatment options available. For prostate cancer, we have diagnostic facilities where we have the PSMA PET CTs that is specific for prostate cancer, and we do have options to treat the prostate cancer as well, including CyberKnife.
Elaborate on the affordability of treatment and medication found here, because affordability continues to be a huge concern, as you've had from our cancer survivors in studio and those that are still undergoing treatment. In terms of the NHIF, will it be able to cater for patients that are referred here, and in terms of future visits as well? Is any Kenyan from across far-flung counties across the country able to access treatment here? And if not without the NHIF, will this institution be able to cater for the Mwananchi?
Thank you. Thank you once again, Lillian. Yes, we are a national referral hospital, and we are open for referrals from all over the country. Just to let you know, majority of the patients we see at the Molecular Imaging Center and our Oncology Center actually don't even come within the counties around Nairobi. They come from as far as Garissa, Kisumu, Nairobi, Kisii, Nakuru, just to come and get these specialized services. And I'm glad that our National Health Service Fund is able to support especially this complex treatment. I'll talk about the Molecular Imaging Center, where they do PET scans, and the most recent one, the CyberKnife. We have I just want to mention that recently they also included brachytherapy, because initially it was not being covered by NHIF, but after the, discussions with them and also with the input and the support of the National Cancer Institute, we have been able to convince NHIF to include that, because it is an important modality of treatment as part of cure for cervical cancer.
Right. Gentlemen and lady, I thank you for your time. Very quickly, Keflom, the importance of early diagnosis as we hand back to studio. The rain is not on our side. Let's get your final thoughts very quickly. Inform us on the importance of early diagnosis and how far this goes as regards better treatment outcomes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So
The importance of early diagnosis is that, like, if you could be able to detect the cancer early, which means there is a probability of getting cured. So, being part of the Integrated Molecular Imaging Center as a nuclear medicine physician, our imaging facility also has a role in detecting those cancers early so that they will get early treatment. So early detection of cancer means getting the probability of being cured from the cancer. Yeah.
Many thanks for your time once again, gentlemen and ladies. We've been coming to you live from the Kenyatta University Referral and Research Hospital. Remember, it's a referral hospital, but with your NHIF, you can get treated here. Do not also stay away if you do not have an NHIF cover or card. Simply walk in and you'll be advised on how to go about getting treated here. Remember, this institution made history after performing the first non-invasive cyberknife surgery, and it is a first of its kind in this region. Back to you in studio.
Great. Thanks so much for that, Lillian. Back here to our experts. Rosalind, let me come to you because, we've been talking about the financial cost of treatment. There's also the physical cost of treatment. When you talk about radiotherapy, chemotherapy, it drains patients, and there's several side effects that come with. How do you help them manage the side effects? And are there some alternatives that help them kind of bypass a lot of those physical outcomes?
That's a good question. So cancer treatment, as you've heard, are quite varied, and each one would come with its own side effect. So one of the things that the nurse at the clinical setup usually need to do is try to find out what are the patient's concerns so that they may be able to document them down. And sometimes you realize they have fears. They even don't want to go through that treatment that you are proposing. So the first thing that is to give them education. Educate them that each cancer is different, treatment modality is different, and even the outcomes are varied. So you give them that and you tell them whatever the side effect they're going to face, you're going to be able to give them support. For example, the immediate one will always be nausea and vomiting. And at that point, the doctors are able to prescribe the drugs, and of course, the patient is able even to continue with it at home. Another challenge they have is low blood count and even low immunity. And that you prepare them to ensure they eat well, and that nutritionists must be involved depending on the type of cancer. You realize some are even oral cancers. That means they need to be examined alongside even the ones that have the gastrointestinal cancers. They have to be supported even through other models of feeding. Then that comes with low immunity. So you tell them that you're likely to be susceptible to infection, therefore avoid crowds, eat well-cooked food, and then blood checks are done like every 3 weeks, depending on the cycle. And should there be low immunity that is detected and the low blood counts, or rather low white cell counts, then they're given the drugs that support the immunity. So patients if you prepare them well, they also anticipate and they're willing to collaborate. And I always say that all this need to be documented in a way that even when they go home, they have a reference that this is my type of treatment, this is what I expect. And that comes to systemic. Then you go to the hair loss and, of course, breast loss, body image challenges. Again, the society need to be kind to people. Embrace them. Don't. If there's anything you can do to somebody, even to provide a wig, do so. A prosthesis, you saw a simple one. Avail it to a patient so that they have the confidence to continue. Then you get into issues, perhaps radiotherapy, now talk of being more precise, and then now changes that would come along with it. And you want to tell the patient to be able to report the side effects early enough so that they are treated. Then it comes to issues of maybe reproductive health cancers, prostate and maybe cervical, and most cervical. Here you're giving maybe brachytherapy. It's going to affect their sexual performance. All these things you do counseling with a spouse together. Palliative care nurses do a very good job in this, and given a chance, the family are prepared and they're able to the process. So quite a number of side effects, of course. But again, coming to another challenge that I've experienced, especially with the men who have breast cancer and sometimes prostate cancer. We've talked of hormones, being triggers to certain cancers. So you realize this man is maybe turning 40, 50, and then you're starting them on these anti-hormonal drugs because their cancer is releasing hormones. So you give them and you're telling them, yes, it's going to draw you into early andropause, and therefore you link them into a support group. With their fellow men, they know how they can discuss and support each other. But of course, it's a painful thing to most men, but they need to be told. And even if you tell them, they'll come and tell you, know what, today I even started having my hot flashes during that experience. And you can talk over it, and they gain confidence, and they adhere to their treatment. Yeah. So one of the most important things is assess and know what is the patient's need, then educate them and do follow-ups. Even if they're done with the active treatment, with the regular clinics, they still need to come and just report, and even to monitor even their blood levels and the late side effects that would come.
Asante sana. Daktari Gladys, tunapozungumzia mambo ya radiology, tupe mtazamo wa gharama session moja tu ya kufanya session ya radiology kwa mtu ambaye ni mgonjwa. Pili, zungumzia athari zake. Na tatu, wakati wa matibabu, unakuta kuna mtu ambaye anaugua saratani kwa mfano ya titi, anapata chemotherapy, lakini kwa wakati huo huo pia anaanzishwa radiology. Ina manufaa gani?
Okay, I will talk about radiology imaging in terms of the imaging, whereby we are concerned more in terms of the screening, in terms of the diagnosis, because we come in also at that stage. But when it comes to the tissue diagnosis, then that's the pathologist who does that. In terms of staging, how far has the disease gone? Is it just localized, or has it gone to a different stage? Because most of the diseases, if they're in stage 1, at least that one with just surgery, one can actually achieve a cure. Then when it goes now to stage 2, 3, then it, depending on the type of cancer it is, then there are different other, it becomes multidisciplinary, whereby you have not only surgery coming in, but both radiotherapy and chemotherapy, oncology comes in and to do that. Now, in terms of, let's say, like doing a CT scan for imaging, in the public sector, it's usually around 8,000 to 10,000, just imaging, to get a diagnosis. When it comes to radiation therapy, that is actually the docket of Dr. Nyongesa, and she will let you know about that. Some cancers, especially for the gynecological cancers, in terms of imaging to see them well, to do a staging, especially when they're still within the region, the primary area, then you do an MRI. An MRI, again, in the public sector is around 16,000 shillings. So again, that, of course, can be a little bit more costly. And NHIF at least covers for one MRI within a family. So you can see how it sometimes can be challenging if more than one MRI is required. And again, but it also covers for PET. So if we need to do like we have done the staging and you want to do PET for overall staging, PET CT, then again also NHIF can cover for that. Yes.
Asante. Pengine Daktari Nyongesa, kufululiza wakati wa matibabu tunazungumzia radiation na vile vile chemotherapy kwa wakati mmoja. Athari zake ni zipi? Radiation inafanywa wakati gani na kwa viwango gani? Na pia zungumzia gharama yake.
Shukran Nimrod na Victoria kwa hii nafasi. Radiotherapy ni aina ya matibabu ya kutibu saratani kutumia miale ya stima ama x-rays, na huwa inapeanwa kwa sehemu fulani ambayo iko na ugonjwa na iko localized. Na kwa nini tutumie radiotherapy? Kila matibabu tunapeana huwa iko evidence based, yani kuna utafiti umefanywa na umeonyesha kwamba hiyo matibabu itasaidia mgonjwa. Kila matibabu iko na hatari zake, lakini uzuri wake unazidi hatari, yani the benefits outweigh the risk. Na radiotherapy session moja hapa Kenya inagharimu kati ya shilingi 3,000 mpaka 10,000 kulingana na hospitali labda ile umeenda, na pia vifaa pia huwa kuna advancement in technology. Na hatari ya radiotherapy inalingana ni wapi unachoma. Kwa mfano kama ni kwa head and neck area, utapata vidonda kwa koo, utapata rashes kule kwa ngozi ya head and neck area. Kama ni kwa pelvic area, Kwa mfano mgonjwa ako na saratani ya cervix ama ya prostate, wanaweza pata infertility, yani kukosa kupata mtoto baadaye, sababu zile rays zina affect zile ovaries na maybe reproductive organs kwa mwanaume. Lakini vile nimesema, the benefits outweigh the risk na iko evidence based. Kuna saratani tofauti ambayo unahitaji kutumia hata chemotherapy, na chemotherapy ni dawa ama chemicals zinaweza peanwa kwa mshipa au umeze ama udungwe, na zote ziko pia na umuhimu wake, na pia imefanyiwa utafiti na imeonyesha kwamba inaweza ponya saratani. Na hizo matibabu zote mbili, chemo na radio, they are life saving treatments. Chemotherapy iko tofauti kulingana na ugonjwa, na kila ugonjwa, kwa mfano breast cancer iko na different protocols. Unaweza pata hata ina 10 ya protocol. Sasa daktari ataangalia aone ni gani inakufaa. Na chemo ina vary cost between 10,000 to millions of shillings kulingana na ni dawa gani umetumia, ni immunotherapy au ni aina gani ya dawa. Na athari zake huwa ni unaweza hisi kutapika, nywele kukatika, usikie appetite iko chini, na pia mwili yako ni iko dhaifu. Na wakati unapata chemotherapy, daktari atakupea dawa ya kusaidia na hizo side effects, na hata radiotherapy utapewa dawa ya kukusaidia kukopa na hiyo treatment.
Asante. Kwa kuwa tunamalizia, nitampa mwenzangu nafasi pia na aweze kuuliza maswali ya mwisho tu. Lakini daktari, unafika wakati ambapo saa nyingine kama daktari, kuna mgonjwa huwezi tena kumsaidia kwa kumpa tiba. Nipe hisia zako za kibinafsi, wakati huo huwa mgumu namna gani kwako wewe na pia kwa mgonjwa ambaye tena huwezi kabisa kumsaidia kwa sababu saratani imeenea na hakuna dawa ama tiba inaweza kumsaidia?
Yes, ni ukweli, na ni daktari ni binadamu, hata nurse ni binadamu, na huwa inafika mahali tunashindwa, na sio rahisi ukiona mgonjwa amelemewa na ugonjwa na wewe huwezi ukamsaidia. Sasa inatuadhiri, na wakati huo pia huwa tunapenda ya kwamba tuende through counseling, debriefing, sababu yenyewe umeona mgonjwa wako hapo na uko helpless. Uzuri ya kwamba tuko na multidisciplinary, kuna support system. Unaweza refer huyo mgonjwa palliative care, unaweza mrefer kwa counselor, na pia uongee na familia, waambie ya kwamba hapa penye tumefika tunaona hakuna haja ya kuendelea na active treatment, na familia pia kwa accept hiyo kwa sio rahisi.
Asante.
Thank you to our experts. We're about to now cross over to the town hall where our cancer warriors are standing by with their stories there. Trevor and Rashid, over to you.
Well, thanks, Vicky and Nimrod. And before we take our final remarks here, Mary Mwangi, I'd like to bring you back before you give us your recommendations in terms of what more needs to be put in place to ensure there's effective treatment of cancer going forward. When there was a conversation on palliative care, we could see most of you shaking your heads. What was the concern, Mary?
Okay, the concern, Trevor, is especially there at the initial diagnosis. There is a lot of terminology used by the doctors. I love them, but I wish there is a way whereby they explain some of these terms. For example, I had a case. A patient received her result in December, and by September, she had not started going to the hospital. She was told surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, curable. She didn't know what that was, so she went home and she just kept the results there. Until one time I talked with the doctor, and the doctor told me, I don't know why my mom is swelling. So I went to see the patient and she showed me the results. That's when I intervened. So I wish the doctors can explain in a simpler language understandable to the patient, so that from the word go, they will know what is expected of them and what they need to do. Another problem we are having is when screening is done, there is no follow-up. For example, recently we had a screening in a well-reputable big hospital, but when some patient went back for the results, there were no records. So what does that mean? Is there any need of screening and a lot of money was used, then you say there are no records.
Shukran sana. Nataka kumleta Elijah Msau aweze kuchangia katika hii mada yetu za kuzungumza kwa sababu saratani ni ugonjwa ambao kwa kweli tunapambana nao vikali sana. Ukiangalia dada zangu mazangu wako hapa ndani, lakini kuna baadhi tunapokuwa tunawahudumia, kuna baadhi ya matamshi ambayo si vizuri tuwatamkie ama tuwaambie kwa sababu yanawavunja moyo. Na huo ndio ukweli ambao umejitokeza katika mazungumzo. Unaweza kutuambia vipi kwa wale ambao wanahudumia watu wenye saratani namna ya kuishi nao na kitu gani cha kusema, kitu gani cha kutosema?
Thank you so much, Rashid, for having me. Let me speak in English. One of the things we were told is that palliative care should begin at diagnosis. And this is where the palliative care experts come in. They break the bad news. That this is where what you are suffering from. In a very systematic manner, we break bad news in mind that we don't break the heart of the patient. We explain to the patient with a very simple language. Simple language is not English or Swahili, but a language they can understand, so that they make informed decisions, because they need to go to the next level. So most of the time we find that, and most of the patients we meet, as our colleague have said on the other side, it's true that it is supposed to be referral at diagnosis, but you find it's not being done. So most of the patients we meet, they have these two stories that this is how Daktari aliongea. It was very hurting to me. I was told I have cancer. I will die very soon if I don't go for treatment. So these are the things we are saying, that if these people are referred for palliative care early at the diagnosis level, we are going to start working with them. And we shall explain to them what they are suffering from, what is possible under the sun. And as things, even if things becomes hard or the prognosis becomes quite difficult, we shall explain to them in a symbol they shall understand. And as my colleague has said on the other side, is that palliative care involves not only the patient, but also the family members, because a patient is not an island. Is somebody's daughter, is somebody's husband, is somebody's spouse. They need to know what is happening, because a husband who has a sick wife is also sick mentally. So they need to be explained to in a language they can understand. That's why palliative care comes in. They are trained in communication skills. Yeah. They have communication techniques which they can employ. And especially when it comes to communication, because communication is not what the patient is saying alone. Yeah. The tone they are using and the language they are using to explain their problem, and also the facial expression, which we normally look at, and then we can now help them. All right. Because we can understand what they are.
Let me bring in David Musyoki on this. And David, what is the best way of handling this information being given to the patient? Because I could see when Dr. was speaking, Lucy was shaking her head. How do you handle it in such a way that you don't break their hearts? You still give them hope to keep fighting, because it is true. We have warriors here who have dealt with this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I like the big conversation. And as I answer you, I throw sort of a question to us. Are we listening to ourselves? Are we having really a conversation, or are we just answering questions? Because, for example, the things that we've been talking about, and especially identifying with people who are walking the journey, do we sit back and ask ourselves, what were they really saying, and are we doing to, affirm that what they were saying is key and important? I hear appeals from the perspective of, we need care. As a country, are we providing that care, or are we willing to act to provide that care? Do we have finances as a country? I'm sure we do. How are we using our finances to address the needs of these people who cannot access medicines? Case an example is a medicine called morphine, which is used to control or to manage severe pain. Unfortunately, we are running out of stock for that medicine. From where I come from, the National Association for Palliative Care, we've done appeals through KEMSA and other bodies. But who is listening to us? We're talking about the big conversation. Who is listening to the caregiver who is overwhelmed because they have a patient at home? And so at the end of the day, it's about acknowledging that there is wealth of information here. There are scholars everywhere, and we hold, big conferences and big meetings, and there is best practice to achieving universal health care. Do we walk the talk? Are we supposed to be praying, to people? Tunaomba serikali, tutaomba mpaka lini? Tuache kuomba, tuombe Mungu na tufanye ambacho kinafaa kufanywa kama nchi na kama wananchi, alafu we need to be responsive to our needs. And thank you, citizen, for having this kind of a conversation.
Kuna tabasamu uliokuja nayo Lucy, sitaki uende nyumbani kama tabasamu haipo, kwa sababu nimeona kwamba tumezungumza, lakini kuna mambo ambayo kidogo yanafanya tabasamu yako kuondoka kama shujaa. Labda nimpitishie kipaza sauti. Lucy, ni gani ambalo umeona kwamba aliko sawa na ungependeleza kurekebishwa? Maana yake yakizungumzwa kule nje tabasamu limefifia, yakizungumzwa pia tabasamu limefifia. Na mimi nataka ukirudi tabasamu liongezeke zaidi. Nini ambacho
kwanza niseme palliative in real essence wanasema inaanza from the diagnosis. Na sidhani ni kweli. Mimi sikupata. Na juzi nimeenda katika kituo cha hospitali nikaambia kuna diapers na morphine. Mimi survivorship yangu haitaji diapers saizi na sihitaji morphine. So in real essence hakuna chochote changu. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza. Na hiyo yenyewe nasema ati wana move na sisi from diagnosis, they need to go back to the drawing board. That is something that we really need to look at. If you ask the survivors, wacha tuulize tu kwa mikono. Nani alipata palliative? Aliambia kuna palliative venye alipata diagnosis. Tuinue mikono juu. We talk about data, not opinion. That is the data. You've seen nobody. So you have Mr. Wambua, kuna kazi ya kufanya. Nimefurahi, at least you've moved from somewhere. During my time treatment na wakati huu there's a lot of improvement and good things that are happening, but we can do better. Ile kitu imefanya uone sura yangu imebadilika.
Na sitaki ibadilike, ndio maana kupa nafasi.
Na ndio maana nimesema na si mimi peke yangu, ni hao wote. Kuna mtangazaji pale amesema ati kuna mali nafika hawa kansauri wanakufa. Everybody is on transit. In 100 years nobody will be here. That is profiling. Na hiyo ndio kwa kijiji wanasemanga ule mama wa na unapata remorseful survivors, it is not covered. I can lose a friend of mine and I won't go for the burial because they'll say that ata ule yako kwa. So her saying that our survivor warriors pia wanakufa, it was profiling. So please, for emotional healing, we have those emotions and they run high. Right now you saw everybody here was up in rolls. Mbona anasema tunakufa? Si pia wao watakufa. So kifo is a sure bet for everybody, not for us alone. And then, for emotional healing and mental health, most of the survivors, umepigana na saratani, lakini unapata depression. Unaenda unajirusha kwa mto, ama unakufa, ama unafanya vituko. Imeangaliwa? Haijaangaliwa. Kwa hivyo tuna survive after that, after the trauma. Watoto nyumbani, ngoja nikukate, watoto nyumbani. No. Mimi niko na watoto, uko na watoto. Wameona ugonjwa na mama yake ameathirika kifedha na kimawazo. Watoto wetu wanaangaliangwa na nani, wanaongeleshwa na nani? Unapata watoto wanaenda huko nje wanakunywa pombe ama wanafanya vituko ama wanakataa shule. Kwa hivyo let it be wholesome. Si mimi peke yangu. Yeah. Pia wao na hayo mambo mengine. Na
kutoka kwangu na mimi, kama kuna kauli ambayo imekugusa na imewagusa wengine, tunaomba radhi kwa hilo, kwa sababu lengo ni kuweza kuelimisha, na pia mmetufunza namna na mmefunza watazamaji kwamba sote sisi tunavyojua kwamba iko siku moja tutatangulia na tujui nani ataenda kwanza amwache mwingine. Kwa ushujaa mje unao, mzidi kuwa na ushujaa, na bila shaka yule ambaye ana support ya kutoa azidi kuweza kutoa support. Nafikiri
kweli kabisa Rashid. Na tuomba radhi, and we hope you forgiven some of the statements that came out. If they didn't come out right, that was not the intention at all. What we wanted to do was to have a conversation, end-to-end conversation, understand the issues you're going through, understand what can be done, and that's the reason why we had government to respond to you. So if that came out wrong, we deeply and sincerely apologize. Sarah, sijui kama pia wewe tukupatie dakika moja tu, just to give recommendations going forward on what you'd like to see in terms of intervention.
Ongelelea huku kwa vijiji, walete hizo screening, waweze
fanya awareness. Juu kulingana na mali nimetoka Dandora, there's so much pollution. Hali ya hewa ni mbaya. Tunapata makansas mingi, watoto wanazaliwa wakiwa na cancers. Government iingilie kati, iangalie hiyo situation ya Dandora, ituondolee hiyo dumping site, ama ijue venye ita manufacture hiyo waste, ikuwe manufactured in something which will be useful in future, ndio tupunguze hii maambukizi yenye inakuwa inaambukizanwa.
Naam, shukran sana, na kwa kweli tungependa kuzungumza na wengi, lakini pia muda umeweza kusonga. Labda pengine kutoka hivi sasa tunaweza kuambia kwamba tumeshukuru sana uwepo wenu kuja hapa studio na kuweza na maana sio rahisi watu kujitokeza. Kuna wengi wanapambana na saratani lakini wamejificha kwa sababu wanaogopa kujitokeza. Kwetu nyinyi mtasalia kuwa mashujaa na kweli mhitaji kupewa hongera sana. Mwendo sio mrefu, kwa vile jinsi ambavyo mlivyo tutasonga pamoja, tusonge pamoja na tuweze kushirikiana pamoja, kwa sababu hatujui kesho yetu ikoje. Ni Mungu pekee yake anayejua kesho yetu ikoje.
Kweli kabisa. And I think you all deserve yourselves a round of applause for being so strong enough to speak about this in person and also encourage everybody else who's out there. But I'd like to cross over now to the government studio where Sam and Christine are standing by for closing remarks. Sam?
All right. Thank you so much, Trevor and Rashid there. And we are closing matters here. Let me begin with you, Waziri, because so many issues have come up. I don't know if you have any comments about them. But also there's the stubborn question that many people, once there's a diagnosis, they want to travel to India because they can access treatment there. Sometimes it is cheaper. Sometimes it is accessible. But are there any conversations you would be having to ensure that, yes, the Constitution requires that every person has a right to access the highest quality of care? Are there conversations between Kenya and India?
Yes, Sam, thank you very much. People go to India because they want to look for better care. And sometimes it is out of lack of knowledge of what is available locally. For example, the studio where Lilian Muli is at the Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, we have the cyber knife. That is the second in Africa, one in Egypt, the other one here. While Kenyans are trooping to India, I have been informed that we have a list of 2,004 patients waiting to use the cyber knife. And out of the 2,004, about 500 are foreigners. So for me, I want, as Kenyans, one, to cultivate a culture of being able to accept our own solutions, our homegrown solutions. Sam, allow me to speak about the bigger picture in terms of healthcare management. This is where we need universal health coverage. Under the 4 pillars, one, on the health commodity security, where we are saying we are leveraging on local manufacturers to be able to bring down the costs of items and equally ensure that we are able to replenish our stocks in a timely manner. And I think that question was posed to him. Is it possible that some of these drugs can be manufactured here? Yes, it is. Many years ago, ARVs were never manufactured in Kenya, but now we have a manufacturer doing ARVs in Kenya. So it is possible that some of these products, they can be manufactured locally. So we, under universal health coverage, we are ensuring that we beef up on our health commodity security. The other issue we are discussing under universal health coverage is human resource for health. Because it doesn't matter whether you have all this equipment, you have all these very good facilities, if you do not have human resource to practice and to put those products and equipments into use, then there is no service. Since we came into office, we operationalized the Kenya Health Human Resource Advisory Council. And it's supposed to look at the landscape of human resource for health, right from training. What numbers are going into training? How many are getting out of training? Are we managing our internship? Are we managing them when they are in service? And this specialty, are we able even to do inter-county transfers? Can we see where is it that we need more of oncologists? Where is it we need more of gynaes? So we are managing that front of human resource for health. But the other pillar of universal health coverage is digitization. And I think it is going to help us a great deal, especially like in this case where we are saying we cannot establish cancer centers in each and every county. But we are going to establish them under the regional centers, and we have put facilities under the hub and spoke model, where we have put facilities into a primary care network, that you could have one place that has the experts, has very high equipment that can support facilities in a lower level. And a place like Tharaka Nithi, where Governor Mudomi is the governor, I have been there. He's already trying up this model of hub and smoke, where we were able, a senior medical officer was able to provide support to a clinical officer who's providing care at a lower level of service. And the last and the final pillar of this universal health coverage is health financing. And that is where rubber meets the road. And for us to be able to do all these things under the 4 pillars to ensure that we leave no one behind in terms of health access is where we came up with the 4 laws, the 4 acts. And once we are able to operationalize those 4 acts, then I am confident to say we are going to be able to take care of healthcare of Kenyans by ensuring that they suffer minimally, if at all. It should be that they should not suffer any financial loss. So I want to encourage Kenyans that the conversation that we are having right now is on regulations. Because for us to operationalize the law, we need regulations. So I'm inviting Kenyans to come and let us talk about these regulations. What is it that they want to see in those regulations so that we are able to ensure that we take care of Kenyans from end to end. We make sure that you go and access service, there are no limits. There are no exclusions. We are able to give you end to end. You see those patients who've talked about, yes, they are getting the care, yes. What about mental health? What about other issues? And we are saying we have developed a benefits package that takes care of a Kenyan across, integrated. So I want to call upon Kenyans, those who may not understand this act, please seek information. And we are going to be available to provide information. This social health authority is going to be beneficial to all Kenyans. And I've said the greatest beneficiaries are the people with critical and chronic illness, because we have a fund in there of 46 billion. And out of the 46 billion, 42 billion is for cancer treatment. End-to-end management of a patient. Thank you.
Asante kwa maelezo hayo. Dr. Meli, katika usemi wako wa mwisho, pengine tungependa uzungumze kuhusu mambo ya dawa. Wale ambao wamezungumza, ambao wamepitia safari ya saratani, wanasema mara nyingi ukienda katika hospitali za umma utamuona daktari, kisha utaambiwa kwamba dawa haipo, kanunue kwenye hospitali ya kibinafsi. Na hii bila shaka pia inachangia kuongeza ile gharama ya matibabu ya kansa. Je, upo mpango mahususi wa kusaidia katika kuhakikisha kwamba usambazaji wa dawa unakwenda sawa sawa?
Asante sana Christine, tunashukuru. Tuko na mpangilio mwafaka kutoka taasisi ambayo inahusika na matibabu ya saratani, National Cancer Institute. Na sasa hivi tunaongea na wahisani wote ambao wanahusika ili tuweze kutafuta njia ambayo tutahakikisha madawa yatapatikana katika hospitali zetu zote. Kwa sasa hivi kupitia mpangilio ambayo Wizara ya Afya imeweka pamoja na KEMSA, tunaweza kuhakikisha kuwa kuna madawa katika hospitali zetu 13. Na hospitali hizi ni za county. Zile regional centers 3 na zingine the former provincial hospitals wanapata madawa ambayo serikali kuu inanunua. Wakati mwingine kwa sababu ya reimbursements kutoka kwa hospitali zetu, kutoka NHIF, na NHIF waweze pia kulipa KEMSA, tunaweza pata madawa yanakosekana. Lakini vile waziri ameongea kuwa tukiweza kuhakikisha kuwa ile pila ya kwanza, bio manufacturing hapa Kenya, cost ya madawa itaenda chini. Na haya madawa yataweza kupatikana katika hospitali hizi zote. So tunawapatia Wakenya matumaini kuwa msiwe na wasiwasi. Wizara kupitia waziri wetu imeweka mikakati kuhakikisha kuwa haya madawa yatapatikana. Na vile tumeongea kuhusu madawa hata katika zahanati zetu, na pia kuna ile Facility Improvement Fund ambayo tunahakikisha kuwa ring fence pesa katika hospitali zetu kutoka level 2 dispensary. Hiyo pesa itapatikana kwa hospitali ambayo itakuwa inaangaliwa na ile committee ambayo wale wanakijiji wenyewe wameitengeneza ili hiyo pesa itumike. Iwapo ni kununua madawa, watanunua, watauza na pesa yao inabaki hapo. Itahakikisha kuwa madawa yatakuwa katika hospitali zetu kila wakati.
Asante.
And for you, Governor, as you wind up, probably as you reflect on the socio-economic impact, especially on the people of Tharaka Nithi, but what solution you'd be offering? Because we have sufficient problems, but we have to find the solutions. What would you be suggesting?
Three things. Three things. One, even as we sit here and have this conversation, the people at risk of suffering from this menace or the disease of cancer who don't watch TV and they don't listen to radio. That is why we need to have an approach that can be able to reach those out there that do not know where to go when they have that cancer. So it's a very big problem. And then like you've seen, the biggest issue, like it or hate it, it is around the cost. And it is usually not prudent to reinvent the wheel. When I started talking this evening, I said there are countries in the world who have already eliminated this issue of the threat of cancer. 90 or 95% of the people who get cancer don't die. What do? Research shows that those countries, all of them, the health care is normally in the hands of government, who pays the premiums from the taxpayers' money and ensure that we have comprehensive cover where nobody has to be asked for money when they go to hospital. So this issue of top-up of NHIF, this issue of go and get diagnosis and go get imaging, and you're telling a person who has come very desperate with nothing, you're telling them go get diagnosis, get an imaging, go get a CT scan, go send biopsy before they can actually be seen by a doctor. That is just condemning them to early grief. So as a country, from all the levels, the best, and I'm not saying the only solution, is the country must take up the comprehensive cover for all the Kenyans, whether it is by law, whether it is by coercion, whether it is by agreeing. Sometimes the pill is usually very bitter, but when it's taken, you get healed. We cannot solve that problem.
Do you see a solution from the Social Health Authority?
As long as the Social Health Authority does not have a strategy to bring in the funds from everybody. And when you say everybody, does not mean that it has to be everybody, at least a household. Then we will still be having that problem of exhausting funds. I like the fact that you've, in that social health insurance, visualized that it is possible for the funds to be exhausted at one point when you are treating a certain disease and therefore you need to move to the next level. What if the ones that have been set aside for chronic diseases, for those emergencies get exhausted? What happens? That is why we need to have a conversation that we should be able to invest more in that health sector than we invest in the sector. And let me give you a very good example as I finish. Dr. Meli has told us very clearly that to do a cancer center, which is comprehensive, costs around 600 million. Why would it be prudent to spend 600 million on 10 kilometers of a road to people who are dying of cancer? Why is it not possible to cut back that and even other sectors, including that housing that we are talking about here? Why are we very aggressive in collecting funds to do affordable housing, and we are not very aggressive in collecting funds to do cancer centers and be able to cover everybody also in Kenya? So our priorities are the ones that may be upside down. What is it that we are doing for Mwananchi they can't do for themselves? And what is it that we are doing for them they can do for themselves? And I don't want to go further than that because I think you understand where I'm going.
Asante Bwana Governor. Ni masuala mazito hayo bila shaka ambayo yanahusu mazungumzo juu ya kansa. Dr. Primas Ochieng, wewe uko katika chuo ambapo mnatoa madaktari kupitia mafunzo. Wakenya wanataka matumaini. Je, tutapata madaktari wengi zaidi wa kutibu wagonjwa wa kansa?
Yes, asante sana. So kulingana na vile training ya madaktari saizi inaendelea, we are not just training from the university or from the education point of view. We are working closely with the Ministry of Health, with the NCI, And like most of the doctors we are training from the county are actually supported by the county. We are also, in the academic year, we have got 5 scholarships through the Ministry of Health, where doctors, 3 of them will come from the county and they'll be fully sponsored by International Atomic Agency. Roche Pharmaceutical, through the same ministry, also are sponsoring another 3. So we are going to attract doctors and make it easier for them to just come for training, train and go. They don't have to pay fees like others do. So that will be one of the approaches that will make us as many doctors as possible and attract them to train in oncology.
Asante.
All right. Dr. Talk to us about your thoughts moving into the future, because yes, he says that we need to create awareness, but as all this is happening, there has to be successful outcomes, because that's what everyone is looking at. What do you think would be the best path towards that direction?
Oh, thank you very much, Sam. My comments on this would be that we need a systemic approach. So we don't just isolate cancer and focus on cancer and forget about everything else. When we talk about social health insurance, it also depends on the economy, it depends on manufacturing, it depends on agriculture, it depends on all these things, education. So we need to look at this from, a systems approach and make sure that every part of the system is up and running. Thank you.
Sam, allow me to say something. I think it will be wrong if we close this discussion without us having talked about it.
Okay.
Prevention is better than cure. And that is why, as a government, we are investing more in the primary health care to educate people. Now, for cervical cancer, we have a vaccine, HPV vaccine. And culturally, there are many people who are not giving consent for their girls to get the HPV vaccine. And that is the first point where we start with the prevention of cervical cancer. Currently, it is being administered to girls between the age of 9 and 15, that means they could either be in primary or in high school. But we seek consent from the parents. And many parents are refusing to give consent. Yet that is the beginning of prevention. So I want to appeal also to our mothers outside here, our parents outside here. We have enough doses of the HPV vaccine. It is being administered in school. Please give consent, because you do not know who is a candidate for cervical cancer. Let us ensure that they get this vaccine.
Is consent in writing or in person, physically?
We do it in writing. There are forms that are filled at the school.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So they have to do that during holidays, or how does that work?
During school days.
During school. All
Maybe
right.
on that, I would like to really support what the CSR said. That vaccine, somehow in Kenya, the conversation went down. The countries which are succeeding, they have 100% coverage, but they're doing it differently. They're doing both boys and girls. Our neighbors here in Rwanda, they're giving it to boys and girls, so that conversation of we are trying to victimize our gender is an issue. So maybe it's an approach we need to take, and what's different?
Wow, I want to close, but Dr. Meli, what is it?
I would want to confirm to the country that through National Cancer Institute of Kenya, we are looking at these county cancer action plans. And for the 20 counties we've considered currently, we are ongoing. We are discussing extensively on this HPV vaccination because we have, a call to eliminate cervical cancer by 2030 by WHO. The first country that will eliminate is Australia. And they started this vaccination in the 90s. In Kenya, we started it 5 years ago. Currently, our statistics stands at less than 20% country coverage. And that is why we've taken deliberate efforts to discuss with every county. And I am happy to mention that Kirinyaga County are actually, from our statistics, leading in...
it's led by a woman.
Yeah, it's led by a woman.
And they understand. They understand.
So they have put a lot of strategies. And the strategy is using the existing structures under Ministry of Education. And if, Madam Waziri, we can have this as a discussion between Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education and just, have this public call to make sure that jointly we can administer this program. I am very certain that as we also administer vaccination, the other strategy is to screen all 70% of our women by 45 years of age, and treat 90% of those with precancerous lesion and cancer. The three strategies must be administered jointly if we are to succeed in eliminating cervical cancer.
All right. I have to thank you all for making time for us. Waziri Nakhumicha Wafula of Ministry of Health, as well as Dr. Meli from the National Cancer Institute, Dr. Ocheng from the University of Nairobi, and Dr. Naftali from the Kenya Society of Hematology and Oncology, and of course, Governor of the Rakanidi, Muthomi Njuki, for making time for us. Thank you so much to have this conversation. And that brings us to the end of the big conversation. I don't know, Jeff, you want to say something?
After a 5-hour show, Sam, I don't think I want to say very much, but we can talk about this forever, can't we?
Yes.
Very heavy subject and very emotive.
True.
And it's not going to go away anytime soon. But at least we're having the conversation.
Ni jambo ambalo kama tulivyosema inagusa nyoyo, mifuko na hata imani ya wale ambao wamekuwa na jamaa ambao labda wameathirika kwa njia moja au nyingine na saratani. Na ni matumaini yetu kwamba kama mtazamaji pia vile vile kabisa umepata kujifunza mawili matatu ya kuishi na vile vile kabisa hamasisho tu ya jinsi ya kujilinda kutokana na ugonjwa huu, na vile vile kabisa wale ambao tayari wako nayo wasiwe ni wenye kuishi kwa unyanyapaa. In this case I mean stigma. Unyanyapaa.
Very right, and I don't have much more to add on to that. It's just looking at the quality of life for our cancer warriors, the quality of life that you're giving to even the caregivers, both at the professional level and even at home with those ones who are taking care of the cancer warriors.
Absolutely, and this show would not have been possible without the cancer warriors, without the caregivers, without the oncologists, without the government side, without all the stakeholders involved. Thanks so much for being a part of this show. To Vicky and Nimrod, Rashid and Trevor, Sam and Christine, and of course our guys in the field, Martin Monene Nyeri, Evans Asibe Nakuru, Crispin Otieno in Kisii, Laura Otieno in Kisumu, Ben Kiru in the CBD, Lillian Muli at the Kenyatta University, engineers, the producers, the writers, and of course a director or two here. Thanks so much for being a part of the big conversation. You can keep tweeting the hashtag Big Conversation. Thanks so much, everybody. Good night. Good luck.
Good night.
God bless you all.
The State of Cancer, in partnership with the National Cancer Institute.